speak. Red light is on.
Good evening. We are ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2. You can also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, and Amazon Fire TV on the Go Vegas app. The Planning Commission meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Saturday after the meeting at 10 a.m., Monday at midnight, and the following Tuesday at 6 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Taylor.
Present.
Vice Chair Kasama. Excused. Commissioner Schlottman.
Present.
Commissioner Rogan.
Present.
Commissioner Walsh. Present. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Present.
Commissioner Munford.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I call to your attention the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Thank you. So with that, let's move on to item number 4, public comment. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Come on down. And if you can please state your name.
Yes, my name is John Fleming. This is concerning the Badlands, correct?
Yes, sir. Badlands will be heard later on the agenda, too, if you wanted to hold your comments until then.
Yeah, I want to hold my comments till then.
Thank you. Thank you. Seeing no other public comment under item 4, we'll go ahead and move on to item number 5. This is there a motion? Sorry. We'll move on to item number 5, which is the review of the final minutes from the meeting, the Planning Commission meeting of December 10th, 2024. Do I have a motion on the minutes?
Hello, I'd like to make a clarification to an item.
Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Okay. This is Josh Edelman, Public Works. Just making a clarification on item 20 of last Planning Commission, that is obeyed to item 20 of this Planning Commission. I made a mistake with the parking. I said that parking would be removed in front of the lot due to the Maryland BRT construction when the project runs on Carson to the north, so parking will not be removed. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that clarification on the minutes, do I have a motion, Commissioner Schlottman, on the minutes?
Yes, Madam Chair, on item number 5, I move to approve the minutes of December 10th, 2024, with the modification as read into the record by staff.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Okay, we can go ahead and post. It passed. Okay, and the motion carries. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item number 6. This is our housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action?
Madam Chair, Nicole Eddowes for the record. We have some housekeeping items. The applicant is requesting to withdraw without prejudice item number 17, project number 24-0617. The applicant is requesting to hold item number 19, project number 24-0329 to the February 11th Planning Commission meeting. The applicant is requesting to hold item number 26, project number 24-0549 to the March 11th Planning Commission meeting. The applicant is requesting to hold item number 37, project number 24-0603 to the February 11th Planning Commission meeting. The applicant is requesting to withdraw without prejudice item number 38, project number 24-0605. And finally, staff is requesting to hold item number 40, project number 24-0615, DIR1 to the March 11th Planning Commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eddowes. Is there a motion, Commissioner Schlottman, on the housekeeping items? Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on any of these items?
All right, Madam Chair, seeing none, I would make a motion to hold items 17 and 38, or I'm sorry, on 17 and 38 to withdraw without prejudice, on number 19 and 37 to hold those two items till the February 11th, 2025 Plan Commission hearing, and on items 26 and 40, hold those two items until the March 11th, 2025 Plan Commission hearing.
including all children items for 19A through 19C, 26A through 26D, 38A through 38D.
Thank you. As read into the record, yes, that would be added to my motion.
There's a motion on the floor. Post, please, and the motion carries. Okay. And we will now move on to item number 8, which is our consent items. Sorry, item number 7, which is our consent items. These are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commissioner, member, or applicant so desires. For our consent items, are there any, is there any items that discussion is requested? Okay, seeing none then, Commissioner Schlottman, would you like to make a motion on the consent items?
Yes, Chairwoman, I would move to approve the consent agenda items numbers 7 through 10,
Thank you.
and the related items 8A, 8B, and 10A, 10B.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Go ahead and post, and that motion carries.
And Madam Chair, items 7, 8, and 10 are final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days, and item 9 is final action tonight unless appealed to the clerk in 7 days.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd. Next up, we have our one motion, one vote items. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with a staff recommendation of approval. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. The items, I'll go ahead and read through the items. Number 11, 24-0573-SUP1, applicant Ampleco LLC, owner Sticky 2 LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 3,325 square foot alcohol on-premise full use with a 400 square foot outdoor patio area at 1301 South Main Street, Suite 160. Item number 12, 24-0574-VAC1, applicant Costa Bacalus, owner Anna Miriam Bacalus and Costas G. Bacalus et al., for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a petition to vacate a 10-foot wide pedestrian easement over 400 and 424 Pine Cliff Drive. Item 13, 24-0582 VAC1, applicant owner Nev Pro Investments LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for land use entitlement project request for a petition to vacate a portion of right-of-way dedication generally located on the southeast corner of Tropical Parkway and Interstate 15, City of North Las Vegas. Item number 14, 24-0587 SDR1, applicant owner Clark County Department of Health, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed two-story, 13,380 square foot laboratory development with waivers of Title 19.09 Form-Based Code Development Standards at 700 South Martin Luther King Boulevard. Ward 1, Knutson. Number 15, 24-0607 SDR, applicant owner Stewart Plaza LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed three-story mixed-use development with 69 multifamily residential units and 2,601 square feet of commercial floor area in conjunction with an existing 4,025 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps, canopy, and car wash, with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirement at the northwest corner of Stewart Avenue and Mojave Road, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends approval. Item number 16, 24-0611, SUP1, applicant Pacific Palisades Capital Investment LLC, owner Sticky Sticky 8 LLC for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed 7,400 square foot alcohol on-premise full use at 1421 South Commerce Street, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends approval. Number 18, 24-0637 VAC1, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a petition to vacate public utility easements generally located on the northeast corner of Utah Avenue and Casino Center Boulevard, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends approval. And before I ask for a motion, one moment, please.
What?
Okay, are there any members of the public wishing to speak on any of the items in our one motion, one vote section, items 11 through 18? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner Schlottman, may I have a motion on these items?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think Commissioner Rogan has his mic on.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. I just have a clarification for the record. As an attorney for Clark County, normally I don't vote on items where Clark County is the applicant or the owner of a property. And on item 14, the applicant on the agenda, the applicant is listed as Clark County Department of Health. The applicant and owner is actually the Southern Nevada Health District. So even though it says Clark County on the agenda, I will be voting on it because it's just a mistake on the agenda.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, on item number 11, I am under contract with the applicant on that particular project, and the same goes for item number 16. I have an ongoing business relationship with that applicant, so I'll be abstaining on those two matters. Other than that, I would move to approve, subject to staff's conditions, items number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 18. Subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Schlottman. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Okay, please post. And the motion carries.
And Madam Chair, items 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, and 18 are final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days. Item 13 will move on to City Council on February 19th.
Thank you, Director Floyd. Let's move on to public hearing items, related items 19A. Oh. Thank you, sorry. 19 was obeyed. So related item, so item number 20, abeyance 24-0421 SDR, applicant City of Las Vegas, owner Keltan LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed parking facility with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements on the east side of 6th Street, approximately 130 feet north of Bridger Avenue, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends denial.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Madam Chair, maybe you give the staff
Oh,
report
I'm
first.
sorry. So for the record, this is my first night as chair, so little grace from everybody. Thank you, I'm so sorry. Ms. Eddowes, could you please read the staff report?
Madam Chair, staff supports efforts to meet the demand for additional parking in the downtown area. However, staff is not able to support the use of chain link fencing for a parking lot void of landscaping. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the site development plan review. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eddowes. Sorry, go ahead if you could please state your name for the record.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michael Kelly. I'm a managing member of Kelton LLC, who is the owner of the parking lot located at 217 South 6th Street.
Did you want to tell us about the project?
Yes, so the site located on 217 South 6th Street has been a paid public parking lot managed by the city since at least 2016. It was always a parking lot attached to the old El Cid Hotel. Downtown project, the previous owners of the lot had a prior agreement with the city to manage the site as a paid parking lot. I purchased the parking lot from Downtown Projects in January 2024 and plan to continue the same parking management agreement. I was advised now that I needed a temporary parking lot permit, and plans are to eventually redevelop the location, and I am planning for the revenue from the lot to go towards redevelopment. The Carson Medical Bus Route will remove all on-street parking from Carson, or on Carson from Las Vegas Boulevard to Maryland Parkway. The parking lot is located in near proximity to the bus route and would be great to replace the lost parking. On a site this small, landscape requirements would reduce the parking to near zero parking spaces. And for the above considerations, I respectfully request the council's approval to waive landscape requirements to move forward with this project.
Thank you. Are there any, this is a public hearing, are there any members of the public wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will pass it to the commission, starting with Commissioner Schlottman.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you for giving me a call and discussing this project. And I think at the last meeting, the only thing that was part of our discussion was trying to get rid of the chain link fence that fronts onto 6th Street. And during our phone call earlier today, you said you would remove that within a 60-day period. I'm fine with leaving the chain link on the sides as vacant parcels, and they're probably going to put chain link fences around both those properties to keep people, squatters out, and to keep trash from going on it until something gets constructed. But an active lot where we actually have a parking lot, I think is more inviting if we could get rid of that chain link fence. And you agree to that?
Yes, we can remove that chain link fence that faces the front, yes.
Thank you. And through the chair, if I could ask Nicole Eddowes to read a condition into the record.
Madam Chair, through you, the added condition of approval will be for 24-0421 SDR1. The condition will read, the chain link fencing adjacent to the front property line shall be removed within 60 days of final approval.
Thank you. You agree to that condition?
Yes, I agree.
And all other conditions of approval?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, if there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion.
Seeing no other comments from the commission, please make your motion.
Thank you. Item 20, advance 24-0421 SDR1. I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions and the condition added into the record by Ms. Eddowes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schlottman. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Commissioner DeSalvio? I did. Tech issues? Okay. If you could just give me a verbal. Aye. Okay, great. If you want to post, please. Motion carries.
And Madam Chair, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you, Director Floyd. We'll go on to item 21 and related items 21A through 21D. This is an abeyance 24-0558, applicant owner DNB Investment Trust for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests at 3851 Vegas Drive, Ward 5, Creer. 21A, abeyance 24-0558, VAR1 to allow a 10-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. 21B, abeyance 24-0558, VAR2 to allow 5 parking spaces where 10 parking spaces are required. Item 21C, abeyance 24-0558, SUP1 for a major amendment to an approved special use permit, U0006-02 for a proposed expansion of an existing mini storage facility use. 21D, abeyance 24-0558, SDR1 for a major amendment to an improved site development plan review, Z-0071-95 sub 5 for a proposed one-story 91-unit addition to an existing 131-unit mini storage development and a proposed parking lot reconfiguration. Ms. Eddowes, may we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, the existing additional mini-storage units were constructed without permits and require relief from setback, parking, and landscaping standards, which demonstrates the site's inability to accommodate the additional units. No justification relative to the physical characteristics of the property has been provided to warrant the requested variances. As such, these hardships are self-imposed. As the proposed amendments to the special use permit and site development plan review are not compatible with the surrounding development, staff therefore recommends denial of all requested entitlements. Please note a blue-sheeted staff report and landscape plan in your backup materials that address the revised landscape plan, date stamped January 13th, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eddowes. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Good evening, Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street. I'm here on behalf of the operator. As staff said, this modification is to memorialize prefabricated storage units that were placed on the site circa 2015. These aerials show the before and after conditions, and it shows the pods in question were placed on what was originally RV and boat storage. Approval of this request will allow them to remain along the southern boundary. This presents a setback variance to allow 10 feet where commercial properties require 20 feet when adjacent to residential. The pods are not as imposing as a building because at 8 feet high, they're much smaller, they're not as visible over the block wall, and they also don't compromise peace and security of the neighboring residential. Aside from the variances, this proposal does have its advantages. First, it's more efficient use of land. I think all these commissioners have seen me previously in the last 4 years asking for mini storage sites, sometimes two. This use is proliferating throughout the valley, and I think before allocating more land to the use, it's more sensible to make better use of the sites that we already have and the empty land on them. Especially in cases like this where it has no impact on surrounding properties. Again, this property in its current condition has not had opposition now nor in the last 10 years. More so, this application, as you've seen by your blue-sheeted landscape plan, it gives us time to reconsider the landscaping where a waiver was granted in 2002. The staff report reads that existing conditions are sparse, considering the heat island in this ward that this ward has experienced in the last few years. I've submitted this landscape plan for the record. It has 7 Silver Mountain laurels to shade the pedestrian walkway and also to help the people that are waiting at the bus, keep them safe from the birds in the overhead lines above and shaded while they wait. Today, only bushes exist along that frontage. I've added several additional internal shade trees where palm trees exist currently, and I've also added 10 oleanders within the rear setback that will grow to 10 feet. These are bushes that will provide screening, but they don't throw shade or shed on the neighboring properties. So the additions are architecturally compatible. They've existed in a harmonious manner. I submit that this improves the site versus the asphalt that previously existed. We accept all conditions of approval and ask for your support as well.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will pass it back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Mumford.
Hi, how you doing? Yeah, I went out to the site actually today. Are the pods, are they secured to the ground?
That is a condition of approval.
That's
we
the
have to do that and go through the building
So
permit process.
they will get, they're not currently though, that's, okay.
No, they're not.
Yeah, that was the only, when I walked the property today, that's what I noticed, that they were just sitting on some blocks and then how soon will the landscaping, what's the timeline on that?
If staff could help me out on this, I believe, Nicole, you once told me within 90 days?
Madam Chair, through you, yes, we can add a condition if the commission would like, that we can have the landscaping installed within 90 days of final approval.
You said within 90 days of, okay. Thank you.
Okay. That was pretty much all that I was wanting to ask, in terms of what I was concerned about.
Okay, Madam Chair, then that condition would be added to item number 2124-0558-SDR1, and the added condition will read, the additional landscape materials shall be installed within 90 days of final approval.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Edos. Anyone else on the commission have questions or comments on item 21 and its related items? Okay, that, Commissioner Mumford, are you prepared to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor.
Subject to amended conditions?
Oh, sorry, subject to all conditions.
And amended condition?
We have a motion on the floor to approve item 21 and related items 21A through 21D. Please cast your vote. Commissioner DeSalvio, how do you vote? Yay. Thank you. Please post. Oh, there it is. Motion carries.
And Madam Chair, that item will move on to City Council on February 19th.
Thank you, Director Fleur. And at this point, I'd like to bring item number 36 up. That is, again, item 36, 24-0593 SDR1, applicant City of Las Vegas, owner United States of America, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed one-story, 13,295 square foot police substation development and a public park at 10155 Grand Teton Drive and 7935 Wallapai Way. This is in Ward 6. Councilwoman Bruni, and staff recommends approval. Oh, and Ms. Edos, can you please read the staff report?
Madam Chair, this is Corey Stewart, Senior Planner for the record. The proposed substation and park development has received conditional approval from the Providence Design Review Committee and aligns with the City of Las Vegas 2050 Master Plan. This development will serve the fast-growing population in the northwest area of the city. Therefore, staff recommends approval subject to conditions. Please note additional documents of support were received since publication. Thank you.
If you could please state your name and give us your address for the record.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Rosa Cortez, City Engineer and Deputy Director of Public Works.
Thank you.
Shelley Hayden, Architectural Project Manager for the City of Las Vegas.
And Sylvia Kim, Senior Pre-Construction Manager for Core Construction.
Great, thank you so much. And you want to tell us about this substation?
Absolutely. Thank you for having us this evening. This is a great project that we're going to present today. It's a partnership we have with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And it's a much-needed substation to meet the response times for the Northwest area. Before I pass it over to Sylvia to talk about the project site plan and renderings, I just want to give a quick, get someone. There we go. I'm just going to give a quick timeline on how we got here today. So we advertised this project as a design, build, delivery method. And we did that back in January, a year ago, actually. We went through the evaluation process, did the final proposals, and selected the team, which is Core Construction, with their architect, Simpson Culture Studio. We awarded that contract at council in September of 2024, and we issued the design notice to proceed October. Tentatively, we expect to start construction in third quarter of this year with a completion in fourth quarter of 2026.
Thank you very much. Let's see, there we What you're seeing here is the area map. The site is a 7.5-acre site on the southwest corner of Grand Teton and Wallapai Way. This is the overall site development plan. What you're seeing there is a 2.5-acre park, as well as the balance of 5 acres being the substation and the secured parking for the LV MPD. This is an enlarged view of the park. And there are some of the amenities here will be playground equipment, a fitness course, a skate park, as well as a field for the neighborhood. The police substation site is fronted off of Wallapai Way. It is about 13,295 square feet. It will be accessible off of Wallapai, and then the area behind it will be the secured parking facility for the substation. This is the elevation of what the building is. This kind of gives you the flavor and lends itself to how Metro's color palette, and so you can see how it looks. And then this is how it will look on the side. And then there's a rendering of the substation as it is fronting off of Wallapai. And this is a rendering of the park. Now, this is an earlier rendering. Just wanted to bring out some differences. The shade structure that's over the playground area will not be fabric. It'll actually be metal, so it'll make it a little sturdier, certainly within our winds, and easier for maintenance. And then the parking has been revised just slightly to respond to the fire department access and their accessibility. Otherwise, the park is pretty much what you're seeing. And we're open for any questions you may have.
Thank you so very much. This is an item that is a public hearing item, so are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll pass it back to the commission, starting with myself. And I just want to say thank you so much for the presentation. As you noted, this is a much needed piece of infrastructure in Ward 6, and so really excited to see this coming forward. I'm particularly excited about the partnership with a park and the open space to continue to build out the great green spaces that we have up in Ward 6. So again, just thank you for the great presentation. Q4 of 2026 can't come soon enough, I think, although I'm sure it will, because we know how time flies. So does anyone else on the commission have any? Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just echo the same sentiments. This has been a long time coming and well needed in the area for protection and call time. So I'm so glad to see this come forward. Thank you. Look forward to voting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Oh, sure, absolutely, Commissioner Walsh.
What's the difference in the parking lot, the final, the earlier one and then the final?
Actually, we're able to increase the parking in the park. The parking for the substation has remained the same.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, I will gladly make a motion to approve item 36. There's a motion on the floor. Cast your votes. Okay, go ahead and post. And the motion carries, and thank you again so very much, and look forward to seeing this up in Ward 6 soon.
And Madam Chair, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. All right, we'll move on to related items 22A through 22C. 22 is item number 24-0375, applicant owner Green Shack Plaza LLC for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests on the south side of Fremont Street, approximately 405 feet south of Charleston Boulevard, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. Item 22A, 24-0375, VAR1, to allow 84 parking spaces where 95 spaces are required, and to allow 1 loading space where 2 is the minimum required. Item 22B, 24-0375-VAC1, petition to vacate a 20-foot wide public vehicular access easement along Russell Avenue between Olive Street and Euclid Avenue. And item 22C, 24-0375 SDR1, for a proposed 17,820 square foot major auto repair garage development with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer and building facade standards. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, staff finds the proposed development will not be harmonious and compatible with the existing development in the surrounding area. This is evident by the requested variance to allow a reduction in required parking, requested waivers to allow reduced landscape buffers along the property lines, and a waiver of Title 19 building design standards to allow metal siding and non-decorative block facades, which are not preferred materials within the city. Staff finds these requests to be self-imposed hardships and thereby recommends denial of the variance and site development plan review. Staff has no objection to the vacation request as it is no longer needed, therefore staff recommends approval of the vacation. Please note an additional document of support was received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Can you please state your name and your address for the record, and then tell us about your project?
Yes, my name is Leo Flangus, 616 South 8th Street. Also for the record, I have Mr. Sedano here, who's one of the owners, and my project manager, Mr. Ben Aravi, and my architect, Mr. Dennis Rusk. We went through some of the issues with that. We believe we have everything resolved. In regards to the 84 parking spots and the loading zone, after going through with staff, it was determined that the loading zone was not necessitated, and we were able to redesign it where we got 85 parking spots, and that's within the 10% allowance. The vacation, my understanding is that's going to be approved, and staff doesn't have any objection to that anymore. There was an issue with the gate, and the issue was they didn't know how the gate was going to function. It was a 24-foot gate. We delineated that, and my understanding is that's resolved. And finally, there was an issue on the landscaping, and just to let you know, we have the required landscaping there. The question is, there's some landscaping in between the 16-foot building and a 10-foot wall, and it's a 5-foot span. We're willing to put the landscaping in, but my position is it doesn't really make sense because whatever trees we plant there, it's not going to get enough sunlight, and they're going to die. There's only a 5-foot span space, and you got a 10-foot wall and a 16-foot building. So no one would see the trees, and they would die. I could plant them, but that's the situation we have there. But we have plenty of landscaping based on what's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on item 22 and its related subparts? Okay, seeing none, I will pass it back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Schlottman.
Thank you, Vice Chair, through you, and thank you for the phone call and the email. I did read the email and went through it, and just now I had a little issue with pulling up the site plan. So could you just reiterate the section that you're talking about the landscaping that you're talking about that you thought would have a little bit of an issue?
Yes, I will.
About the landscape plan?
Yeah, the landscape plan. within this area right here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's in,
So if you see where my finger is, right here, we have a 10-foot wall perimeter, and then we have these buildings right here that are 16 feet high. And so it's, that's a 5-foot span, right? Or 10-foot span.
Right.
And we would be, what was being, what's required is landscaping along this area in between the 10-foot wall and the 16-foot building, which, I think we could all agree doesn't make sense. I'll do it, but it doesn't make sense. We did put additional landscaping in the plan to meet the requirement coverage.
Okay. And what's adjacent to you on that one property line?
it's empty right now.
Yeah, you mean right here is, that's the street, right?
No.
Oh, that's just,
Is that Pepe's Tacos or whatever?
Say that
Is
again?
that Pepe's Tacos next door to you?
Yeah, no, where's the taco shop? It's right up here, right? Right over here.
This is the Super 6 here.
Oh, the Super 6 motel.
Yes.
Okay.
And we've been contacting them. Matter of fact, they're very cooperative. They know about the plans. They've actually signed off on the vacation of the street.
All right. Madam Chair, do you want to see if anybody else has any comments before I make a motion on this?
Any other comments on this item? I just wanted to ask a clarifying question if there's no other comments. So it took me a second to pull up the supporting documents as well. And given sort of where the location is in terms of designated urban heat islands in the city, on the plan you're showing on the overhead, are these all trees that are in these islands? They're all trees?
That's correct.
Okay, and because I'm not seeing this landscape plan in the supporting documents, what types of trees and what size?
Aleppo pines, 24 bucks.
Aleppo pines?
24 bucks, yeah.
So they're
Out
not
of the-
actually, they're not
Pardon?
shade trees, really? Are Aleppo pines on the Water Authority's
They're
list?
considered shade trees.
Are they?
In the Clark
Okay.
County book of all the landscape requirements for countywide.
I'm
That's where I
sorry.
take it from.
Okay.
And there is below there rosemary bushes and ground cover.
Right. Would you consider putting in 36-inch box trees? I know I haven't had a chance to talk to you about this, but I just thought I would ask.
Did you what?
Would you consider putting in 36-inch box trees as opposed to the 24-inch box trees?
Yeah,
It's up to you.
as long as we can fit it, we'll do it. Yes.
Okay. Is that a condition that can be added in then? Oh, sorry. Okay, I will defer for a second to Commissioner Rogan for his comment.
My only comment on the landscaping is that I don't think the Aleppo pines, and maybe staff can weigh in on this at a later point, I don't think Aleppo pines are recommended anymore as trees. So you might want to consider between, I think if this is going to city council, between now and city council, using a different tree.
I'll put what you want.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I'm just saying, putting it out there, you figure it out, it's your plan, but I don't think the Aleppo pines are recommended anymore.
Okay, so we'll work with the staff and figure it out. That's fine. We can make that a condition that we'll work on.
Okay. Chairwoman, through you, request from staff, if we can get a condition just reading that they will put in the 36-inch versus the 24-inch. And then, I don't know if you want to make it part of the condition or a recommendation, and we'll just follow up with them to make sure that they review the type of trees that they're using prior to city council.
Okay.
But if you can get with city council on that.
I will.
I'm sorry, not city council.
The staff.
Your planner,
Yeah, I will.
which I think is Steve Swanton on this one.
That's correct. We can put some-
Madam Chair, through you, we can add a condition for the landscaping shall contain 36-inch box trees. and the planting materials shall be in compliance with the Southern Nevada Regional Plant List. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And do you agree to that?
I do.
Condition? And do you agree to all staff's, if approved, conditions?
Yeah, what we just discussed, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please make your motion.
On item 22, 24-0375, and 22A, 24-0375 VAR1, 22B, 24-0375 VAC1, and 22C, 24-0375 SDR1. Move to approve, subject to staff's conditions, and the added condition, a modified condition, as read into the record by staff.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post. And the motion carries. Thank you very much. Ms. Edo, since Director Floyd has stepped away, did you want to give them the schedule?
Madam Chairman, Peter Lowenstein for the record. That item is moving forward to City Council on February 19th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director. All right. So you guys are good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Make sure that includes
Sorry.
vacation.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, you guys
And
are also here for item 23?
Ms. Chairperson, that also includes the vacation, correct? Okay.
Yeah. 22, yeah, that's 22A, 22, and then related items 22A, B, and C.
Okay, thank you.
So are you then also here for item 23?
I am.
Hearing?
I am.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
back to back.
Okay, so item 23 and related items 23A and 23B, 24-0386, applicant owner Bonneville Center LLC for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests at the southwest corner of Bonneville Avenue and 3rd Street, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project 23A, that's 24-0386 SUP1 for a proposed residential multifamily use. 23B, that's item number 240386 SDR1 for a proposed 12-unit, one-story multifamily residential development with waivers of Appendix F interim downtown Las Vegas development standards. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, staff finds the proposed multifamily development does not align with the Vision 2045 Downtown Las Vegas Master Plan, which calls for a higher level of intensity and density for the subject site. Therefore, staff recommends denial of all entitlement requests. Please note additional documents of protest and support were received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. This item has been noticed as an item for public hearing. Are there any members of the public that wish to be heard on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will pass this back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Schlottman. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, would you
Okay.
please like to talk
thank
about your
you.
project?
Yeah, thank you. And for the record, again, Leo Flangus at 616 South 8th Street. You know, what I wanted to point out and tell the commission is, you know, this is a property back in the late 90s, early 2000s, that I pieced together for a purpose of building a big project. That's still the intent. But 20 years went by in the Great Recession. But what I decided to do is to set up a 12 units for workable, for affordable workforce housing in the back. I agree with the staff that the end project needs to be a lot more dense. I'm not proposing this, and I'm not building it or want to build it because that's going to be the final project. I didn't spend 20 years, or my family owns this property. I'm emotionally vested in this property. This is not something that's going to be long-term as long as I could handle it. Or, you know, in addition to that, I want to point out that if you look at the property, I specifically put the units in the back where the alley is. And you notice there's commercial, if you show the pictures again, there's commercial offices up front. These offices are 60 years old, these buildings, okay? It's not something where I was trying to do a whole new development. If I was going to do that, I would have tore everything down. This property, the needs, you know, really what it needs is either myself as a developer, or I'll sell it and someone else to put a 4 or 5 story building on it. But until that time, I thought if you especially look at the back area where the alleys are, we could do something behind these 2 commercial buildings that are again 60 years old and have some type of workforce housing for the community. They would be prefabricated and portable units. The whole point is I don't want to sink a lot of construction money into the project. I mean, the buildings are going to be very nice buildings, but I want to be able to remove them when we're ready to do some type of big project. Last year, I actually tried to, I mean, we actually created a model and started putting some figures together to determine, we had it was a 6-story, right?
Yes.
It was a 6-story building, but it's just, right, it's too large for me to do right now, that's all. I think this is a good project to build right now. I think it'll make the back area more pleasing. It's very dilapidated. If you look, there's a duplex back there that's dilapidated. And it's something that wouldn't, I mean, the whole point is you don't want to have something built and then it would prevent or hinder a future project. The fact that these units would be prefabricated, I would be able to remove them, was all done by design. So that's my point that I want the commission to know. There's no way that I am doing this because that's my dream, not, you know, it's not my dream, but it's something that our family talks about on a yearly basis for the last 20 years. There's no way I'm going to just build 12 units and say, okay, I'm done on this. I'm not. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Flangus. This item was noticed for public hearing. Now that the presentation on the project has been completed, is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will pass it back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Schlottman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for the phone call and for the email and for explaining everything to me. And originally, whenever I looked at this, I didn't have a problem with the with the waivers or the variances or what you're looking at, and quite honestly, I was confused, and I thought this project was across Las Vegas Boulevard and on Bonneville on the opposite side of Las Vegas Boulevard on the Founders District where there was single story, and in my head the entire time, that's what I thought until I got here tonight and was looking at this a little bit closer. One of the issues, and I don't have a problem with tiny homes. I think there's a need for them in certain circumstances and certain locations, and we just approved one not too long ago down on Lower Fremont. You know, and we worked with them quite a bit until we finally got something that looked right. The problem here is that we're surrounded by Jewel, and we're surrounded by courthouses, and we're surrounded by mid-rise buildings, and we have the city hall, and we have all of these mid-rise to high-rise buildings that are being constructed. And with our Vision 2045 plan and what we're wanting to see within this area as far as densities and everything else, I mean, we have very limited land down here, especially in this particular area, and it's so valuable. And I do understand you say that, hey, this will be a temporary project, but you know, every temporary project becomes a permanent project until there's a new project, and a lot of times those temporary projects just become our permanent projects. Anyways, I'd like to see what other people on the commission have to say, but as of right now, with the very low density, I'm having a hard time, you know, getting behind this project in this particular location.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the commission with questions or comments? I have a couple. I appreciate Commissioner Schlottman's comments. I also wanted to ask just the question again, what kind of trees are these? Because I'm seeing 24-inch box trees and not a designation of a species, unless I'm missing it.
You know what type of trees you put down?
The city standard for the Clark County standard for low drought trees, but I'll put anything you want there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if he knows which trees, but we would be compliant with whatever trees needed to be put down there.
Okay. And then I'm concerned too about there's no parking lot island shade trees, it looks like on the plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's no island in this drawing. You mean in the middle?
Well, let me rephrase that. There's no shade in the parking lot at all.
There's no shade in the, that's correct. There's no shade in the parking lot.
Which again, just concerns me because of the urban heat island impact downtown.
Right.
And those were the only two questions that I had.
Okay.
Oh, Commissioner Roden.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I agree with Commissioner Schlottman on this, Mr. Flangus. I don't doubt your dedication to downtown, having been working downtown for a long time, but this project does not fit with the intentions of the city's master plan for that area. And I agree with the findings that staff laid out with regard to the special use permit as well as the site plan, partially for the reasons that Commissioner Taylor mentioned about the absence of the appropriate trees, but certainly because of the temporary nature of the buildings itself don't really match the vision that's laid out in our code for that area. I welcome you to come back and perhaps work with the redevelopment agency in the city of Las Vegas to try and develop something that's more appropriate, denser, that's a mixed use with the vertical integration of different types of uses. That would be something that we'd love to see at that location. This just is not that.
Right.
So unfortunately, I cannot support it tonight.
Right, thank you.
Not seeing anyone else on the commission with questions or comments. Commissioner Schlottman, are you prepared to make a motion?
Yes, and Mr. Flangus, I know you've owned this for quite some time, and I know you really want to do something here, and I really hope you can find a way to bring a project that just is a little bit more in character with the neighborhood, a little bit more dense, something that, I mean, and look, I'm a developer myself. I've been building places for 25 years, and Las Vegas can be a lot more expensive to build in than a lot of other places, especially when it comes to underground and utilities and putting in, bringing in domestic water and sewer and all of this. So if you're bringing in all those utilities, it might be beneficial to be looking at a little bit bigger project and do something that would help you out in the long term. But anyways, those are my comments, and I apologize I got mixed up on the site, or else I probably would have called you beforehand and had a little bit longer discussion, and looking forward to hopefully you find some way to bring something back to us on a little grander scale. But due to those reasons and some of the reasons discussed here tonight, on item number 23, 24-0386, including 23A and 23B, we'll have to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the floor. Motion yes is a motion for denial. Please cast your votes.
Okay, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Please post. Motion carries.
And Madam Chair, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Item 24, 24-0515, SUP1, applicant, owner, Gold and Beyond Pawn 1 LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed pawn shop use with a waiver to allow a 20-foot distance separation from any parcel used or zoned for residential use where 200 feet is required at 400 West Sahara Avenue, Ward through Diaz. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Madam Chair, the proposed pawn shop use can be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner with the surrounding area and fulfills the goals of the redevelopment plan Area 1 pertaining to the rehabilitation and retention of existing businesses. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the requested special use permit. Please note additional documentation of support was received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Can you please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us about your project?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is George Rogers, architect representing the applicant, 6325 South Jones. It's really not, this project won't change the property hardly at all. It's really just adding one more special use permit amenity to what is currently at the site. And parking remains the same, everything remains the same. We can comply with all of staff's recommendations and requirements, and we ask for your support.
Thank you. This item was noticed as for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will pass this back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Schlottman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, sir. I have reviewed your item. It's already a golden beyond. It's we're adding another use to this particular property, which means we're taking one from a different location somewhere in town and putting it in here. So we'll lose one somewhere else. So this isn't a net gain. And so I don't have any problem, and there's no other comments. I'm ready to make a motion.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On item 24 is 24-0515, SUP1. Move to approve, subject to staff's conditions, and you agree to all staff's conditions?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please post. Motion
Thank you.
carries. Thank
And,
you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that item is final action unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Okay, item 25 and related items 25A and 25B. That's 24-0529, applicant Tempo Ultra Lounge LLC, owner JG Sahara LLC, for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests at 1000 East Sahara Avenue, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. 25A, 24-0529 VAR1, to allow 0 additional parking spaces where 139 additional parking spaces are required for a parking impaired development. 25B, 24-0529 SUP2, for a proposed 4,447 square foot alcohol on-premise full use with a 546 square foot outdoor patio area with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a school and a 0-foot distance separation from a church/house of worship where 400 feet is required. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, the subject site is not physically suited to accommodate the proposed expansion of the existing use as evidenced by the requested variance. Staff is not able to support the requested variance and special use permit and is recommending denial of both. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. Can you please state your name and give us your address for the record and tell us about your project?
Yes, hello, good evening. My name is Sandro Americ. I'm the owner of Temple Ultra Lounge. I've been in business 4 years now at the location. We reached a point where we really outgrown ourselves and are practically at capacity every night. And the unit next door is available, and the expansion would tremendously help us with capacity and being able to provide more jobs for future employees.
Thank you. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Is there any member of the public wishing to be heard? Okay, seeing none, I will pass it back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Schlottman.
Thank you. I've reviewed this item. It's in my ward, and you know, we might be looking at this a little bit differently if it was a brand-new request. But you're already operating there. You've been operating there for 4 years. in that weird, unique portion of my ward where there's a whole bunch of private streets, and it's just, you know, from a mapping standpoint and everything else, it's really, really weird with the way the streets lay out and everything. There's no residential, there's nothing really that you're going to be bothering in there, so I don't have a problem with this. If there's no other questions or comments, I'll like to make a motion.
Seeing none, please make your motion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, on item number 2524-0529, and that's 25A, 24-0529 VAR1 and 25B 24-0529 SUP2. I move to approve subject to staff's conditions, and you agree to all the conditions if approved?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And post. And the motion carries. Thank you.
And that is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Item 27 and related items 27A through 27D. 24-0551, applicant owner Somerset Academy of Las Vegas, for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests at 4491 North Rainbow Boulevard and the southeast corner of Red Coach Avenue and Balsam Street. Ward 5, Summers Armstrong. Staff recommends approval on the land use entitlement project. 27A 24-0551 GPA1 from GC General Commercial and LI-R Light Industrial and Research to PF Public Facility. 27B is 24-0551 ZON1 from C2 General Commercial and CPB Planned Business Park to CV Civic. 27C, 24-0551 SUP1 for a major amendment of an improved special use permit SUP 53909 for a proposed 23,109 square foot expansion of an existing 55,600 square foot public or private school primary use, and 27D, 24-0551 SDR1 for a major amendment of an improved site development plan review SDR 53910 for a proposed one-story, 35-foot tall, 23,109 square foot addition to an existing two-story, 56,811 square foot public charter school. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, the gymnasium addition will not generate additional traffic, and on-site circulation should improve with the proposed configuration. With implementation of the recommended conditions of approval regarding landscaping, the height of the gym building near the west property line can be adequately mitigated. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of all applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and give us your address for the record and tell us about your project?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing Somerset Academy, the applicant, on these matters. Simply put, on the overhead here is we have an existing school, Somerset Academy, which is located here, that's been existing for several years. This is just north of Craig Road, which is a little bit further south down in here. This is just like off Craig Road in US 95. This is Rainbow. To the north of us here is Red Coach Avenue, and we have Balsam Street that's located here. What the school is proposing is to add this additional acre piece of property, which is actually right by the LDS worship site, which is located right here, and just to the north of our existing property here. The goal here is to add a gymnasium onto the campus. This is not to increase enrollment with respect to students on the property. It's simply put to be used for an additional structure for an auxiliary gym and a main gym. Because of that, what staff has asked us to do is come in with a general plan amendment. On the general plan amendment, what we're doing is we're changing everything in here on the existing property and this property here to a public facility. Public facility, the reason is because we're doing a school and the land plan allows the PF designation. We're also coming in to rezone the properties here to CV, which is civic. which also allows it for a school, for the school use. We have the use permit, and we also have the site development plan review that's before you. If you take a look at the site plan that I have, this is the added parcel that I was just showing you earlier, which is about an acre. And then in this area here, this is where we will be building the new building, which will be built in 2 separate phases, along with the campus that's located here. The good thing about incorporating this piece of property also here, what I do want to point out, is because you have some queuing here out on Balsam Street along the west of our property line. In here now, with the addition of this property here, you can see we extended our queuing on the property coming out to Red Coach. So in addition to buying this property and adding a gymnasium in here, this is also going to help out the queuing situation, the circulation. And then finally, the elevations. The building is about 35 feet in height, and that we are proposing. Staff is recommending approval of all of our conditions. We did have a neighborhood meeting. A few neighbors in the neighborhood showed up. They were satisfied with what we were proposing, and they liked the use on this 1 acre property that we were proposing versus other uses that have come before them in the past. So with that, as I conclude my presentation, I'm here to answer any questions, and I'd ask you to follow the staff's recommendations for approval, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will pass it back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Munford.
Hi, Mr. Gronauer. To me, it looks like everything's covered. It looks like a really good project for that location. A lot of people in the city know me as Coach Munford, so I think gyms for schools are good place for our kids to hang out. So I move for approval on this project.
Okay, checking to see if there's any other comments. Nope, thank you. So, Commissioner, your motion is for approval? Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, still learning. Motion
that's
is
okay.
for approval.
Both of us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Subject to staff's conditions.
Yep.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And post. And that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and have a good night.
And Madam Chair, that will move on to City Council on February 19th, 2025.
Thank you. Item 28 and related items 28A through 28C. 24-0554, applicant My Development Corporation, owner Catania Holdings LLC, for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests located at the southeast corner of Sahara Avenue and Richfield Boulevard, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. Item 28A, 24-0554 VAR1, to allow 44 parking spaces where 79 spaces are required. 28B, 24-0554 SUP1, for a proposed motor vehicle parts sales, installation, and repair, motor vehicle repair minor use. And 28C, 24-0554 SDR1, for a proposed conversion of an existing 3,503 square foot commercial building into a minor auto repair garage with waivers to allow bay doors to face the right-of-way where such is not allowed. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, staff finds the proposed development will not be harmonious and compatible with the existing development in the surrounding area, as evident by the requested variance to allow a reduction in required parking and a waiver to allow bay doors to face the right-of-way where such is not allowed. Staff finds the request to be self-imposed hardships and thereby recommends denial of all entitlement requests. Please note additional documents of protest and support were received since publication. Please also note incorrect backup materials were posted online, and the correct materials are included in your blue sheet backup materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Could you please state your name and address and tell us about your project?
Yes, Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the commercial subdivision and the applicant. They're the same entity. This This design review is a request to repurpose an older 1970s building. It would involve not necessarily demoing the whole building, but more removing the face of the building and converting it to a minor auto repair. It's part of a commercial subdivision, and both parcels have been owned by the applicant for several years. The other business is a Dottie's Tavern that has a different peak parking hours than an auto repair. Moreover, the parking is organically bifurcated, as you can see from the site plan, wherein the Dottie's patrons are parking on the east portion of the site, and then the subject building has 18 spaces in front of the building, as well as the 4 bays here. The 18 spaces are enough for the 5 employees, and that's required by code, 5 spaces plus a certain amount per square footage. So we have 5 employees that work through 4 bays, and the remaining spaces are enough for 3 overflow spaces for each bay. We want to put on the record that the vehicles will not remain on site overnight. And then there's one small change in that we won't have exclusively metal roll-up doors. We'll have a decorative glass. So otherwise, we accept all conditions. And that, of course, includes a landscape plan stamped by a registered landscape architect, because I did notice that one of the trees is no longer on the planting list. And we ask for your support.
Thank you very much. This item was noticed as a public hearing item. Is there any member of the public wishing to be heard? Okay, seeing none, I will pass this back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Schlottman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And considering this is formally Ward 1, I'm sure Commissioner Rogan might have some comments on this, but I'm going to go ahead and start. I've reviewed this particular item, and I mean, the existing building just looks horrible, sign spam and everything else. So I would like to see this new building to, get rid of all the sign spam and actually improve the appearance of that building. And one of the issues was looking at the solid garage doors. I appreciate you offering to put something else in there. And one of the other issues that I had when we were discussing was just making sure that we don't have old cars or new cars, whatever, broken down cars on blocks, or making sure they don't have hoods open overnight, and that the cars that you're working on is just not sitting in front of all the parking garages and making it look bad, because it happens all too often. If you have a car that you roll into a parking space at night, then whatever, I don't care about that, but we just need to make sure that this doesn't start looking trashy around there. And so I would like to ask staff to read that into the record, just to make sure that it satisfies my concern.
Madam Chair, through you, those added conditions will read, service bay doors shall not be a solid material and contain a decorative element such as windows. And the second added condition will read, no overnight vehicle storage is prohibited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the questions I have right now.
Okay. Any other members of the commission? Commissioner Rogan? Oh, Commissioner DeSalvio?
Commissioner Slotman, I appreciate you mentioning that, because that was a conversation I had with Laura too. I was concerned with seeing that we're going to clean it up and not have no overnight, and that it was just minor like breaks and stuff like that. So I told her I'd be able to get behind it if that was the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogan?
I agree with everything that Commissioner Schlottman's put forward. I think it looks better than the existing building. I would just remark that as this moves towards transit-oriented development, that we shy away from these auto-oriented uses like car washes and motor vehicle repair shops. It's probably going to be very inconsistent with the plan that the city has for this strip. But as of right now, it's a consistent use. So I'll get behind Commissioner Schlottman and his support for it.
Thank you. Commissioner Schlottman, would you like to make a motion on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, on 28, 28 is 24-0554, 28A, 24-0554, VAR 1, 28B, 24-0554, SUP 1, 28C, 24-0554, SDR 1. Move to approve, subject to staff's conditions and the added conditions as read into the record by staff, and you agree to all of those conditions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Motions for approval.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote and post, and that motion carries.
And Madam Chair, those items are final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Item 29 and related items, 29A through 29C, 24-0570, applicant owner Holy Cross Missionary Baptist Church, Inc., for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests at 1328 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Ward 5, Summers Armstrong. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. 29A, 24-0570, VAR 1, to allow a 10-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. 29B, that's 24-0570, SUP 1, for a proposed church slash house of worship use. And 29C, you always think you have to sneeze, and then you don't. 24-0570, SDR 1, for the proposed conversion and expansion of an existing 784-square-foot single-family residential dwelling into a 3,310-square-foot church with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, staff finds the proposed church development will not be harmonious and compatible with the surrounding area, as evident by the requested variance to allow reduced rear yard setback and waivers to allow reduced landscape buffer widths along portions of the south, east, and west property lines. Staff finds the request to be self-imposed hardships and thereby recommends denial of all entitlement requests. Please note an additional document of support was received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Could you please state your name and address for the record and tell us about your project?
Yes, good evening. Landon Christofferson, 2885 East Quail Avenue. I'm here representing the owner and applicant. Again, this is an existing church. It's been in use for quite a while. Staff did not have a use permit for the church, so that's why that has been added onto the application. They wish to expand the existing church to provide a little over under 1,100 square foot sanctuary. We meet all parking requirements. The variance is a reduction in setback that is adjacent to the existing commercial. Therefore, we don't feel it is a hardship, as it is a commercial use there to the west. We meet all the setbacks as far as all the other adjacent owners and adjacent uses, and we are providing enough landscaping. Again, all the trees will be the preferred trees that are supposed to in Ward 5, and we concur with staff's conditions if approved, and here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there members of the public wishing to be heard on this item? Go ahead and.
Cyrus Ojadi, 89103. We really admire the changes. It's a good balance of variety. Please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing, sir, were you wanting to make public comment?
I'm with him.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, seeing no other public comment, I will pass it back to the commission, starting with, again, Commissioner Munford.
Thanks, thanks, Madam Chair. So on the setback, requiring 20 feet, I see on your plans that would be 10 feet with the you have a landscaping plan for that?
Yes. Again, the 10 feet, we could add some brush, but there's not a lot of room for the trees, especially with the trees that are being recommended for Ward 5. but we could add some shrubs. But again, there's already a landscape buffer there to the west. So the benefit, again, there's no trees there already. So we could add shrubs if you wish between the building and the wall. But we do have landscaping adjacent to the parking.
Okay.
Anybody else? Commissioner Runford, were you, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure you were done. Anyone else on the commission now? Okay. I don't think there's anything else. Seeing no other comments, Commissioner Runford, did you want to make a motion on this?
Yeah, I make a motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. There is a motion on the floor.
Subject to staff's conditions.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
So there is a motion on the floor to approve subject to staff's conditions. Please cast your votes. Ms. Post? Commissioner Runford, what was your vote? Great, thank you. That motion passes.
And those items will move on to City Council on February 19th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 30, 24-0576. Applicant Richmond American Homes of Nevada, Inc., owner SDE 50057, Irrevocable Business Trust et al., for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests located on the south side of Kyle Canyon Road, approximately 1,000 feet west of the Schaumburg Road alignment, Ward 6, Bruni. Staff recommends approval on 24-0576 GPA1, ZON1, and VAC1. Staff recommends denial on 24-0576 VAR1, VAR2, and TMP1. Item 30A, 24-0576 GPA1 from PCD Planned Community Development to L, Low Density Residential. 30B, 24-0576 ZON1 from U, Undeveloped PCD Planned Community Development. General Plan Designation to R-SL Residential Small Lot. 30C, 24-0576 VAR1 to allow streets that do not conform to Title 1904 Development Standards for street termini, width, and connectivity. 30D, 24-0576 VAR2 to allow walls that do not conform to Title 1906 Development Standards for height. 30E, 24-0576 VAC1, petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements in portions of right-of-way, west half of Wolfman Drive and north half of Iron Mountain alignment. And 30F, 24-0576 TMP1, Iron Mountain and Pooley Shalestone for a proposed 114-lot single-family residential subdivision. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, staff finds the proposed general plan designation and zoning district aligns with the vision for the City of Las Vegas 2050 Master Plan Kyle Canyon area and therefore recommends approval of both. Additionally, staff has no objections to the vacation request and recommends approval of the requested petition to vacate. Staff is unable to support variance requests for substandard streets that include stub terminuses and do not meet the street width requirements for a private street without a gate. Therefore, staff recommends denial of both variances and the tentative map. Please note there is a revised blue sheet landscape plan date stamped January 13th, 2025, and staff report with added conditions of approval that I will need to read into the record if approved, and additional documentation of protest and support was received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Can you please state your name and your address for the record and tell us about your project?
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant Richmond American Homes. This property is approximately just over 20 acres, as mentioned, located in the Kyle Canyon Special Planning Area. Kyle Canyon Road is just to the north, you can see here on this aerial. Schomburg Road is to the east. To better orient you, since there's not a whole lot on this map, the property immediately abutting is the Sky Canyon Master Plan Community. So this is a master plan of that community. You can see this 20 acres is just to the northwest of that community, and it's uniquely situated because it's very near a number of amenities within Sky Canyon and just within this entire area. You can see on this map, to the south of it is the Red Rock National Conservation Area. So these will be really special lots that'll face this Red Rock Conservation Area and be undisturbed for forever because of that conservation area. To the west of us is BLM land. To the east of us is also BLM land, and then there are some privately held parcels to the north and to the west of us. But on this exhibit, I did want to show, because again, it's uniquely situated, not just because of the Red Rock Conservation Area, but there's also a trailhead that's being built immediately across the street from this that will be a great amenity for the residents of Sky Canyon as well as the residents of this entire area. The plan for that trailhead I have to share with you all. Is really a cool plan. This was approved as part of the Sky Canyon Parks plan. You can see there's horse parking within this trailhead. There's some areas to gather, and then off you go into the Red Rock Conservation Area. So really a neat trailhead amenity that's immediately across the street from this project. Also to the east of us is Officer Igor Saldor Park. I believe it's in for permitting now, but that will be coming with a whole bunch of new amenities for Sky Canyon as well as this general area. You can also see in blue there are 2 schools that are coming to the area, so that's a fabulous amenity for all of the homes that are coming to the area. There's a high school site as well as a middle school site that's proposed within Sky Canyon. And then Kyle Canyon, that plan is also on your agenda. It was kicked out a little bit, but that's coming, so there's all kinds of great plans with Kyle Canyon, but this particular site is really uniquely situated with all of those amenities right in the immediate vicinity of it. The plan that's well, actually, just quickly to orient you, this is what's in that proposed Kyle Canyon special area plan that will be on your agenda here in the near future. You can see most of this site is highlighted in yellow, which contemplates low-density residential. That density calculation is anywhere between 4 and 8.5 units to the acre. A portion of it in orange is planned for medium density if approved, and that goes all the way up to 12.5 units to the acre. The project that you're going to see today is about 5.5 units to the acre, so well below what is contemplated in this plan that you'll be seeing here shortly. And I think that's part of why staff is obviously recommending approval, because that density is well within that calculation. This is the plan that's before you, and this is the landscape plan that Nicole referenced as a blue sheet, but this is 114 lots. The Poley Road alignment is located right here. Iron Mountain will terminate at this site and turn into Poley Road. The reason it stops is because of that Red Rock Conservation Area, so Iron Mountain will essentially end here and turn into Poley. Radley Avenue to the north will be the major east-west street in this area, and as part of the Kyle Canyon plan, our main access point is off of Radley, with also an access point obviously here off of Iron Mountain as well. This plan shows a mix of lot sizes. The average is about 5,000 square feet, and as I mentioned, the density is 5.34, so under that 5.5 density overall. All of these lots in this area will be one-story homes, so anything looking to your west or to your south, again, will be really, really unique, great lots with nothing for sure to the south with that Red Rock Conservation Area there, so really special lots with the one-story homes from Richmond American proposed there. This plan, I've worked closely with the chairwoman on this revision to the plan. Because of all of the wonderful amenities in the area, we wanted to make sure we had all kinds of connectivity and accessibility for the residents in this area. And so what we've done is we've added some connection points on this street so residents can get out onto the sidewalk and gather here in this area before they cross the street to the trailhead. So there's some benches, a little pet area station, and some tables and chairs people can kind of gather together before they go over to the trailhead and hiking or whatever they're doing. Also internal to the site, we've increased this common element and added a tot lot with a shade structure. It'll be desert themed since this is close to Red Rock. We worked with the commissioner on this to make sure that we've got some nice amenities for children in the community and some desert themed amenities within there. And then we've added some benches and some other pet stations in this corner as well as they come up to Radley, some access points there. So the connectivity is one of our variances, unfortunately, and the reason really on this is it's difficult to meet that connectivity when you have BLM on 3 of our sides. We can't access that, but we've added some connection points and actually increased that connectivity variance by adding some of those connection points into the trailhead. The other variance is with respect to these stub streets and the sizes of the streets. They are private streets proposed, but it is not a gated community, so that requires a variance in the city of Las Vegas. You all have approved that variance on numerous occasions in other communities to allow private streets without gates, so that's the reason for that variance. That is the project. The home sizes will be anywhere from 2,000 up to 3,200. Great price points, 1 and 2 stories. As I mentioned, all of these on this lot fit analysis will be 1-story homes. So again, really, really nice homes offerings in here with views to the west and then the Red Rock Conservation to the south. So with that said, I'd very much appreciate your approval. We don't know of any opposition to this project. I think it'll be a really great project to kick off some of this Kyle Canyon development, and it'll really be a great density point and price point with all of the open space amenities in the area, and we'd very much appreciate your approval. We've got some revised conditions I know Nicole wanted to read in if you're inclined to support this.
Thank you, Ms. Gronauer. This item was noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Cyrus Hojati, 89103. I'm not opposed to this. I'm just not a fan of the design and the style. The developer is following the codes, and we believe that that is what's really the problem. I'm part of the organization Strong Towns Las Vegas chapter. I believe this is continuing the status quo of spread out development, more cul-de-sacs, more maze-like subdivisions, feeding into these arterial and collector routes. This system is very problematic. I believe a development more like the Village at Centennial would be certainly a step forward, about a mile or 2 away from this project. We hope to see a street system that's more interconnected, near grids, as opposed to cul-de-sacs. The detached housing is not an issue. Most of them are. It makes sense because it's on the outskirts, it's what's on demand. But in terms of other uses, we hope to see more live-work buildings as opposed to strip malls. And by the way, I'm pretty concerned about gated areas. This system is causing a lot of congestion, headaches. It's getting out of hand, and there's no evidence that it actually produces a more safer environment. So again, I'm not opposed to this. I'm just not a fan of this growth. Thank you.
Thank you. So, anybody else? All right, seeing none, I will pass it back to the commission, starting with myself. Thank you, Ms. Gronauer, for bringing this project forward. Thank you for the work that you've done with me to try to meet some of the goals and the visions we have in Ward 6, especially up in Kyle Canyon, around open space within the communities you want to bring forward. and especially, again, up in Kyle Canyon. I see Kyle Canyon as a very special place that does deserve some unique development, and I think that you've put forth a really great effort on this. On the sort of staging area, we did talk about bike racks. Is
Yeah.
that something that's part of the plan too, so people can head off on their bikes?
Yes, we should,
Okay.
we should be able to do that, yes.
Okay, great. And then as far as other elements, we also talked about making sure that there are 20-foot driveways and rolled curbs, and you've agreed to that.
Yes, we are good with that.
And I don't know if that's something that we need to put in as a condition, or if that's something you talk to staff about putting in as a condition.
We're happy to agree to it as a condition. I believe it's shown on our map that way already, but that's
Okay.
fine too, yes.
Okay. And, you know, I know that the connectivity variance is one that's drawing a denial, but I also know that, you know, we spoke about that, and that you spoke to Public Works, and recognizing that you are up against the conservation area in Red Rock, it does make it challenging, so I don't really have a concern about the connectivity on this. But again, I just want to thank you for the work, and for, again, creating those communities instead of just subdivisions within Ward 6 by bringing in some open space and some green areas for the residents and for folks that are going to access the trailhead. Oh, and I guess on this one, is this the project too that was going to be what brought the sewer into the trailhead?
Yes.
You want to talk about that for a second?
There is a condition that asked for connectivity to that sewer. I believe it's supposed to be stubbed out, and we had talked about that. So Richmond will for sure work on figuring out how we do that.
Okay, great, thank you.
And we'll meet Sky Canyon standards, which I think Nicole was going to read in as well.
Okay. I don't have any other questions right now. Anybody else on the commission? Yes, Commissioner Salvia.
I just have a question on the wall height variance. Is it because of the topography of the area? Or?
It is. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, we've got a 20-foot slope, so this is definitely out at the mountain. This is the cross-section. You can see, 40-foot slope, so from west to east, it's about a 40-foot difference. We're going to have some retaining as you go west to east, so you can see different areas. But yes, we've asked for an additional 2 feet about for retaining because of that.
Anything else? Okay, great. Thanks again. With that, I don't have any other questions, and I will be making a motion to approve items 30 and related items 30A through 30F.
And Madam Chair, may I please read those conditions of approval into the record to make them official?
Yes, please.
Okay, in your backup materials, as stated before, you have a blue sheet, a staff report with these added conditions of approval. Number 3, a technical landscape plan signed and sealed by a registered architect, landscape architect, residential designer, or civil engineer must be submitted prior to or at the same time as final map submittal. A permanent underground sprinkler system is required and shall be permanently maintained in a satisfactory manner. The landscape plan shall include irrigation specifications. Installed landscaping shall not impede visibility of any traffic control device. The technical landscape plan shall include the following changes from the conceptual landscape plan. A minimum of 24-inch box trees shall be planted 20 feet on center within required landscape buffer areas. Common element H to contain playground equipment and a shade structure with a desert theme. Common element B to contain a pedestrian access consisting of a meandering trail and benches. Common element P to contain pedestrian access with 9 feet of landscaping on either side with benches. Condition of approval number 4, only single-story homes shall be constructed along the south and west perimeter of the residential development, excluding lot number 50. And condition of approval number 5, the Sky Canyon development standards shall apply to the architectural and streetscape landscaping elements with the exception of streetlights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eddowes. Quick clarification, Ms. Gronauer. The condition read in on the landscaping was for 24-inch box trees, and there's really a precedent in Ward 6 for 36-inch box trees. Is that something that your client is willing to do?
Yes.
Okay.
I think it was on Polly Road. Is that where the condition read? Polly?
Wherever where the condition for 24-inch boxes were, to put those in as 36-inch box. Can you amend that
The
condition?
36-inch box trees are for all landscape buffers. It is not specific to just
Cooley, so for all the landscape buffers.
Yes, the current condition reads 24-inch box trees and all required landscape buffers.
Okay.
If you wish, we can change that to 36-inch box.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, so with that change then, do you agree to the conditions as read and the amended condition related to the size of the trees?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so then there is a motion on the floor for item 30, 30A through 30F to approve, subject to all staff conditions as well as the amended conditions just read in. Please cast your votes. And post. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
So much, Ms.
Appreciate it.
Gronauer, for all the work on this project.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it.
And Madam Chair, those items will move on to City Council on February 19th.
Item 31, 24-0577 VAR1, applicant PJ Becker and Sons Construction, owner William Brendan Gahn, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow additions to an existing single-family residential dwelling that do not conform with Title 19.06 development standards for setbacks at 225 Canyon Drive, Ward 1, Knutson. Staff recommends denial. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, this is a variance request to allow house additions within the required 10-foot side yard setback area. A 7-foot setback is proposed from the northern side, and a 5-foot setback is proposed from the southern side. Staff finds the request to be self-imposed hardship and outside the realm of NRS Chapter 278 for granting of variances. Therefore, staff recommends denial. Please note an additional document of support was received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, gentlemen. Could you please state your name and address and tell us about your project?
Yes, ma'am. Brendan Gahn, 225 Canyon Drive, for the record, and Michael Becker, PJ Becker and Sons, and Derek Sanders, PJ Becker and Sons, the general contractor for the project. A 45-year resident of the neighborhood. I've born and raised there. This is my grandmother's house that we have owned since the 1980s, and it's one of the most, one of the more favorite neighborhoods of the historic district. Mrs. Tarkanian lives right around the corner. Known all the neighbors all my life. I got letters from the immediate neighbors about allowing the setback to be moved, and I believe it's 6 foot. I think the staff said 5, but it's a 6 foot on one side, and we're encroaching the 10 foot by a foot on the other. Just trying to expand the footprint to put a garage back in and make some bigger children's rooms, and in a neighborhood that I don't ever plan on leaving. I have actually 2 homes in the neighborhood, just sold one, had 3. Sold my parents' house and then kept the house next door that was Jeannie Ham's house. Just a neighborhood that I've born and raised in, probably going to stay in for the rest of my life, even though my parents moved out finally. I still love the neighborhood and just trying to put a little bit bigger home back on the spot so I can stay a long time.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
This item was noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will pass it back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Rogan.
Sir, I just asked to make sure that you got approval from all of your immediate adjacent neighbors. Did you get that?
Brendan Gahn, for the record, all but one. I had the 5th neighbor, Gordon Relier, but his father, Dr. Relier, died about 8, 9, 10 months ago. He just sold the house, I want to say 2-3 weeks ago. So
which house is that?
He would be the corner, the one that wraps around the corner that is to my immediate, oh goodness gracious, south. So he's on the immediate south of me. It meets up with the very back of his yard, all the way in the back of his property. Gordon signed something for me back in December, but Mr. Rolier recently sold and moved out after his father passed, so there's no way to get a hold of the new owners, which I've been informed are just flippers that have bought the house in the neighborhood, so I don't know who they are.
Okay. I generally support these as long as the neighbors are supportive of your request.
Yeah.
The variance is not extreme, so I'm supportive of it. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? No? All right, then I'll make a motion for approval subject to all staff's conditions, and you agree to the conditions?
I couldn't hear you, sir. I'm
Do
sorry.
you agree to the conditions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Commissioner Walsh? Oh, he's not there. Okay, please post. Motion carries.
Thank you for your time, Commissioners. Commissioner Rogan, would you like these letters into record?
If you could just give them to staff, and we'll put them as part of the record. Thank you.
And that is final action unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Item 32 and related items 32A through 32F, 24-0578, applicant owner FBLV District 2 LLC for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests at the southwest and southeast corner of Meade Avenue and Riggle Avenue, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. 32A 24-0578 VAR1 to allow a proposed 80-foot tall off-premise sign where 40 feet is the maximum allowed, and to allow a 1,620 square foot sign area where 672 is the maximum allowed. APN 162-08-710-002. 32B 24-0578 VAR2 to allow a proposed 60-foot tall off-premise sign where 40 feet is the maximum allowed, and to allow the off-premise sign to be attached to a wall where the sign is required to be detached and permanently secured to the ground. APN 162-08-303-034, 32C 24-0578 VAR3 to allow proposed wall signs that exceed 20% of a building elevation, to allow a proposed roof sign that exceeds the maximum area and maximum height allowed, and to allow proposed incidental signs that exceed the maximum number, maximum height, and maximum area allowed. 32D 24-0578 SUP1 for proposed 80-foot tall, 27-foot by 60-foot off-premise sign, not qualifying as a city communication sign use. APN 162-08-710-002, 32E 24-0578 SUP2 for a proposed 60-foot tall, 30-foot by 20-foot off-premise sign, not qualifying as a city communication sign use. APN 162-08-303-034, and 32F 24-0578 MSP1 for a proposed master sign plan for an approved commercial development. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, staff finds the proposed master sign plan not compatible with the surrounding area as evidenced by the requested variances. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of all applications. Please note there is a blue sheet staff report in your backup that corrects the numbering on the conditions of approval, and additional documentation of protest and support was received after publication. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening,
Can you please state your name, address, and tell us about your project?
Yes, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight on behalf of Area 15. The original Area 15 sits just to the south of this site. The expansion of Area 15, what we now call as District 2, is what is in front of you with this site plan. As part of that, you have seen that there is a building under construction right now. The core and shell of it is done. It sits up adjacent to Rancho Drive, and then the 15 sits here. That is where Universal is going to be going. This site plan really outlines for you what the concept will be for District 2. And unlike the original Area 15, where everything is basically on the inside of one warehouse building, when you cross over into District 2, we have multiple buildings with an open-air plaza in the middle. In addition, we are also building, which has been previously approved, a freestanding garage, which will sit across Rigel Avenue in this location and will service not only District 2, but also Area 15 and some future development that will come into the north. So if I can, I'm going to separate out the requests for the signage into maybe two different buckets. The first is the master sign plan. The master sign plan talks about what all of our wall signage is going to be, our directional signage. That kind of gives you an idea of what that's going to look like. Our wall signage is somewhat consistent, rather unique because all things relating to Area 15 are always unique. Yes, this is, if you can see it, if you zoom in, it is a plane. There will be a plane on this site. It sits in the middle of this open air plaza area, and although not visible from the right-of-way, it will have signage on it. So there's a lot of signage that we've asked for on the internal parts of our plaza area, including the sign. The master sign plan also takes into account any, I'll say, external facing but on-premise signage on the buildings to the rights-of-way. And we will have an on-premise, freestanding on-premise sign, that's this right here, a freestanding on-premise sign that will be located along Rancho Drive right in that corner. So that is also subject to one of the height requests that we have. We are asking for this sign to be 65 feet. That gives you an idea of what I'll call our on-premise signage, and so now I'll shift my presentation to two requests for off-premise signage. The first is located on the face of our garage. As I indicated, this is where our garage is, right across from Rigel Avenue. And on the face of that garage, facing east towards District 2, we are asking for a sign to be placed on there, which will be an off-premise sign. That sign cannot be seen from the freeway. The building height of the garage itself is 88 feet, but the maximum height of this particular off-premise sign is 60 feet. And if you look immediately to the east of what the buildings are that are in front of that, to the east, are buildings that are of 54 and 55 feet in height. So with the 15 being over here, this sign is not intended to be doing any advertising, off-premise advertising towards the 15, but because it is a parking garage and because it is associated with Area 15, we have to ask for it to be an off-premise sign so that we can advertise for Area 15 uses. The only thing on the site is the parking garage. All the uses that we want to advertise for sit across the street and further to the south. So that's the reason why we're asking for an off-premise sign in this location. The other sign that we're asking for that is the other off-premise sign is this location right here, which sits mostly on the corner of Meade Avenue and Rancho Drive and will look like this in design. And just to back up and talk a little bit about the background of that sign. So if you've driven on this stretch of 15 or Rancho, you will see that right to the north of this, once you cross Meade Avenue and a little bit farther north, there's an existing off-premise sign that looks like a traditional billboard, a 14 by 48 static sign. It is proved to be an off-premise sign, and it's been there for a really long time, and it's 65 feet. If this application is approved, there's a condition that requires us to remove that sign. So it isn't like we are adding another off-premise sign in this area to what's already there. We're taking one down in order to put this sign up right here on the corner. As I indicated, this sign is at 65 feet, and although this is somewhat small, as you travel on, I'll say southbound on the 15, there's a sound wall for a portion of the 15, and we kind of drew this in so you could see where the existing off-premise signs are that are there today. And so as you're traveling southbound with that sound wall, there's limited visibility, and I could arguably say no visibility until you pass that sound wall, and you really shouldn't be looking to the right. You should be looking straight, which is where you're driving. And so the reason for the height increase gets us over the top of that sound wall for that southbound visibility. So that's the reason why we were asking for that increase in height. In terms of the square footage for this sign, we originally asked for a greater square footage. Again, that's an off-premise sign, and so we are happy to reduce that particular sign in terms of square feet. Typical off-premise signs are 14 by 48, which is 672 square feet in size. So we would be open to any kind of condition that would limit the upper portion of this sign right here to 672 square feet. That would be the portion that we would use for off-premise advertising. And then the piece that currently shows as Area 15 is below that. I believe that square footage is 456, and that would be limited to on-premise messaging. That's our branding. You know, it says Area 15. It's meant to be Area 15. If you know what this sign, this picture kind of shows what this looks like to the south. It's existing today. There's a digital sign above it, and then below it we have like the branding of Area 15. So the lower portion of this sign, we would agree to a condition that that be limited to on-premise messaging, so that for this sign, the only off-premise messaging that we could have would be a maximum of 672 square feet, which is similar, or exactly, I should say, to what a 14 by 48 traditional billboard might be sized at. So I know that that is quite a bit. Maybe I'll pause there and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Lazovich. This item was noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will pass it back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Schlottman.
Thank you, thank you, Chairwoman. New titles, and I'm going to be confused for a couple of meetings. But anyways, Ms. Lazovich, thank you for coming out to my office and for meeting with me and discussing this project, and everything you said today is what you represented to me in our meeting, and I appreciate that meeting because it allowed me to look at all these signs individually and see what kind of impact they would have on our community. And the one off-site sign was one of my biggest issues, just due to the fact that it was so much larger than a typical billboard, and didn't want to start setting precedents or everybody else using this one as a reason why their billboard should be larger. Everything is, you know, at Area 15 is a little bit unique, it's bigger, it's larger, it's different. So I supported all the variances and parking variances and all of that, and I appreciate ownership at Area 15 and you working with me to reduce that down to the typical size of a billboard. And I know that you said you'll work with staff prior to City Council to give them the new plans and everything. So there's no other, well, we'll see if there's any other comments.
I just have a quick comment, Commissioner. I just, you know, sort of to your point about looking at this and its impact on the community, I just wanted to say, I think bringing all this forward at once so that it's kind of like this is the totality of signage that's going to happen here is a really great way for the commission to be able to see the holistic impact on the community and on the neighborhood, and just sort of see what the visuals are going to be. So thank you for taking the time to bring it all as one package.
Thank you.
Same comments. I'm supportive of your application with regard to the off-premise signs. I think off-premise signs are fine along the highway. I was concerned about the height as well as the size, the square footage of the sign. You've reduced the square footage of the sign, not setting a precedent again, as Commissioner Schlottman had said, and you have a unique justification for both off-premise signs for the variances, so I'm supportive of your application tonight.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I just want to reiterate, as you're bringing these signs on board, we have a certain illumination level that we allow, and just be cognizant of our illumination standards, and don't bust the nits, because they can definitely be blinding as you're driving down the street and going from a dark image to a light image. So be cognizant of all those things. And just for clarity, just so everybody knows, there's two signs, the billboard up on top and then the smaller little portion on the bottom. And the smaller portion on the bottom won't be off-site advertising. That'll say Area 15 or be something for on-site purposes. So do we need staff to, can we get staff to read the modified conditions into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair, through you, the first condition of approval will apply to project number 24-0578-SUP1. That added condition will read, "Off-premise signage shall be limited to 672 square feet." And then the second added condition of approval will apply to project number 24-0578-MSP1. That added condition of approval, an administrative required review may be performed from the date of certificate of occupancy for all structures subject to this approval as depicted on the site plan, date stamped November 21st, 2024, to determine conformance with the master sign plan and signs that may be exempt from Title 19.08.120. Thank you.
I just had one question. On the first condition, that use permit that you referenced is for the sign along Rancho, correct? Okay, thank you. We agree with that.
Okay. Nothing else? Commissioner, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, on item 32, 24-0578, 32A, 24-0578, VAR1, 32B, 24-0578, VAR2, 32C, 24-0578, VAR3, 32D, 24-0578, SUP1, 32E, 24-0578, SUP2, and 32F, 24-0578, MSP1. Move to approve, subject to staff's conditions and modified conditions as read into the record, and you agree with all those conditions?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please post. The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And those items will move on to City Council on February 19th.
And with that, since we just have a few more items, and it's been a couple hours, let's take a 5-minute break. All right, good evening. We're going to get started again on our meeting with item number 33, 24-0581 VAR1, applicant owner DN Realty LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow 31 parking spaces where 38 parking spaces are required for a proposed church house of worship at 6950 Via Olivero Avenue, Suite 1, Ward 1, Knutson. Staff recommends denial. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, this is a variance request to allow reduction in required parking for a proposed church within an existing tenant space. Staff finds the request to be a self-imposed hardship and outside the realm of NRS Chapter 278 for granting of variances. Therefore, staff recommends denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Could you please state your name, give us your address, and tell us about your project?
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Cuna, and my address is 296 Eden Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89123. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the client. I'm here today to request the approval for a parking variance for the church located at 6950 Via Olivero Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. Today, we are seeking to allow 31 parking spaces where 38 parking spaces are required. This request highlights public safety as the church's primary activities occur on Sundays. The church is only open from 10 a.m. to noon. This minimizes traffic and parking demands during peak business hours. This scheduling reduces congestion and enhances safety in the neighborhood, supporting the city's objective to improve public safety and quality of life for residents. The activities are primarily confined to Sundays, ensuring minimal disruption to nearby businesses that operate from Monday through Friday. The church itself only requires 15 parking spaces. This variance would ensure the churches integrate seamlessly into the local community. By granting this variance, the city would be optimizing land use without creating excess parking that remains unused for 6 days a week. Supporting this variance will allow the church to continue helping the community, aligning with the city's focus on goal number 1, which is neighborhood revitalization and fostering community pride. We are committed to complying with any conditions necessary to make this a smooth transition, and we would be very happy to discuss adjustments as needed. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will turn it back to the commission, starting with Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you. You think 31 spaces will be sufficient for your purposes at the church?
What was that?
I'm sorry.
You think 31 spaces is sufficient for you, for the church?
Yes.
Yes, you don't think it's going to be a problem?
No.
Okay. I generally leave these up as business decisions. I mean, I don't think 31 where 38 is required is too much of a deviation, so I can support it. Does anyone have any comments or concerns? All right, then I'll make a motion for approval of item 33, project 24-0581 VAR1. Motion for approval subject to staff's conditions. You agree with all conditions?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. There is a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please post, and that motion carries.
And that will move on to City Council on February 19th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 34, 24-0586 VAR1, owner Paul Balikian, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a proposed front yard wall that does not conform to Title 19.06 development standards for height at 2008 Fontana Avenue, Ward 1, Knutson. Staff recommends denial. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, this is a variance request to allow a 6-foot-tall front yard solid wall where 5 feet with a 2-foot solid base is the maximum height allowed. Staff finds the variance request to be a self-imposed hardship and outside the realm of NRS Chapter 278 for granting of variances. Therefore, staff recommends denial. Please note additional documents of protest were received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, gentlemen. Can you please state your name for the record, your address, and tell us about the application?
Good evening. My name is Victor Knight, architect, here representing the owner. Address is 9582 Iris Flat Court. The project before you is putting in a privacy wall. We are currently at 15 feet away from the setback of the sidewalk and 8 feet from the building. The reason for the wall is, again, for privacy and security for the bedrooms that are existing right behind that wall. You can see on the build-out right here, those are the existing bedrooms, and we're placing a wall right here to provide security from the doors and windows that are in there right now from the street, so that people aren't able to look in to those private areas of the house.
Thank you very much. This item was noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will turn it back over to the commission, starting with Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Mr. Knight, we spoke on the phone. My position remains the same. I'm all right with a 6-foot height, 1-foot variance. I've approved that in the past. What I don't support is a solid CMU block wall. I don't think it's compatible with neighborhoods to have that kind of block wall. So I'd be asking you to conform the wall to the standards by having a 50% open space above 2 feet. So I've asked staff at last minute to put together a special condition to make sure that is met. Are you okay with that? Do you agree with that?
Ask the owner.
Mr. Blockian, I can see from your face you don't.
Obviously, if we have to do it, well, that's what we'll do. What we would like to do is create a front courtyard, a private courtyard for the front bedrooms. A very mid-century-esque, which suits the neighborhood very well, 1964 construction.
Yeah.
A front courtyard feels like it's appropriate in a home like that, especially since there is, I think we've got 15 feet from the street to the wall, which we could certainly landscape in a really beautiful way.
I get what you're trying to do. I think you can accomplish that. You could use breeze block that's consistent with mid-century modern that would meet code. You could put any kind of landscaping in front of the wall, a hedge of some kind that would also provide that privacy while also meeting code. I just don't like establishing precedent where we're putting solid block walls in the front yard. I've done it once in the past, and I've regretted it every time I drive by that house, and so I'm not doing it again. So I think that...
Is there any way to, if we were to agree to, the plan was to do a varied depth wall, so it was a very decorative wall. Is there any way to create that solid wall?
Afraid not.
All right, I guess we're done.
Okay. Thanks for playing. I think there's a condition that we need to fix on the site.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. The condition of approval number 1 now reads, a variance is hereby approved to allow a 6-foot-tall front yard wall with a 2-foot solid base where 5 feet is the maximum overall height allowed. Condition of approval number 2 is to be stricken.
Thank you. That's the new condition, and you agree with that condition, sir?
I agree.
All right. Unless there's any other comment, I'll make a motion for approval on agenda item 34, project number 240586 VAR1, subject to staff's conditions and the amended conditions read into the record this evening.
Thank you, Commissioner. There is a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much.
If the wall is created with the 50% openness, do we need to come back here or just submit through the building department with the wall permit?
Just go through the building department with the wall permit.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is final action tonight, unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Item 35 and related items 35A to 35E, 24-0588, applicant Tri Point Homes Nevada, Inc., owner B-NWI1 LLC et al. For possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests adjacent to the west side of the Alpine Ridgeway alignment, approximately 310 feet south of Kyle Canyon Road, Ward 6, Bruni. Staff recommends approval on the land use entitlement project 35A 24-0588 GPA 1 from MLA medium-low attached density residential and PCD planned community development to medium-low to ML medium-low density residential. 35B 24-0588 ZON 1 from U undeveloped PCD planned community development general plan designation and R-TH single family attached to R-SL residential small lot. 35C 24-0588 VAR1 to allow proposed retaining and perimeter walls that do not conform with Title 19.06 development standards for height. 35D, 25-0588 VAC1, petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements and a portion of right-of-way Larry McBride Street alignment. And finally, 35E, 24-0588 TMP1, Alpine Ridge West 10, for a proposed 54-lot single-family residential subdivision. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, staff finds the proposed general plan designation and zoning district aligns with the vision for the City of Las Vegas 2050 Master Plan Kyle Canyon area and therefore recommends approval of both. Additionally, staff has no objections to the vacation request and recommends approval of the requested petition to vacate. The site is encumbered by extreme grade change, and staff supports the requested variance for wall heights and recommends approval of both the variance and the associated tentative map. Please note there is a revised blue sheeted tentative map and justification letter in your backup that addresses the change in location of the community open space. The changes are also noted in a revised blue sheeted staff report also in your backup materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Lazovich. Would you please state your name and address for the record and tell us about the project?
Yes, good evening. Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight on behalf of Tri-Point Homes. The site is located in yellow here, which is south of Kyle Canyon Road and just on the west side of Alpine Ridge Way. For a little bit more context on where this is, the park that was referenced on an earlier application that will be built by the City of Las Vegas sits right here, which is south of Radley, and further south of that park is where Sky Canyon is. This community that's being built right here is another community that Tri-Point is developing right now, and half of that community is for sale townhomes, and half of that community is a for sale detached product. This piece of property has a little bit of history to it in that this first 5 acres has been previously approved by the city for residential townhomes, and you can see that in the yellow color. We are now expanding that to include this green piece, and so instead of being a 5-acre project with an RTH zoning, we're now asking to do a 10-acre project and remove that RTH zoning and do a project that would allow for single-family detached homes. This is the colored site plan, landscape plan. I'm mostly showing this because I'll walk you through on this plan where we've moved the open space to, and it's a little bit easier to see rather than the black and white one. But as indicated, these lots do comply with code. They have all 20-foot driveways. That's important to note. That's a little different than what is north of Kyle Canyon, where those driveways are 18 feet over in the Kyle Canyon Gateway area, where this one complies with the City of Las Vegas Title 19 code today, which requires 20-foot driveways. All the streets have roll curbs with the exception of whatever is required along Alpine and Radley Avenue. And of course, we're complying with what the city requirements are there. As indicated, the taller wall sits on our west boundary, and there is topography and drainage that comes through there. So that's the reason why we've asked for a taller wall on our west boundary, which staff is also recommending approval of that variance. Having been working with Ward 6 and their vision that they would like to try to achieve out here, we know that open space of some kind, even if not required per se by code, but to try to turn a subdivision into a neighborhood is important to the chairwoman as well as the councilwoman. And so we originally, upon filing this application, removed this lot and put in, some open space that would be for the benefit of the community. In further conversations, and it is what is in your backup now, we moved that open space to be right here. So it now sits over on this lot, the farther west lot, and this lot where it was sitting, and I'll show you in a minute what that looks like on the plan, but will now be a residential lot. So on this plan, and again, this plan has been provided to staff, where lot 50, or where the lot the open space was previously shown, which is right here. It is now moved into this area, and the reason why we did that is we don't increase or lose lots, but we do gain a little bit more square footage for the open space when we move it, kind of diagonally to where it sits now. And I think that that is, trying to achieve some of the goals that we know we're hearing from this ward in terms of, even if you're across from a park, provide something to your homeowners that's within your own neighborhood to make it more of a neighborhood. So that's why we're moving it over into that area. The community is not gated. All of our streets, therefore, are public and meet the standards that are required for public streets. And we did our neighborhood meeting in December. We didn't have anyone who showed up. And we appreciate staff recommending approval of all the applications, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item?
Hello, everyone. Cyrus Hojati, local chapter of Strong Towns, Las Vegas. I have mixed feelings about this project. I'm not opposed to it. I do believe it has certainly some benefits as the previous project I spoke against. The street design is not perfect, but it certainly is better than the last. It is not so enclosed, it's not gated. I wish that the project was a little bit more pedestrian friendly. I'll just go down the list. There doesn't seem to be any situation where it's feeding in these inefficient arterial and collector routes. Did I talk already about the garages? I am concerned about garages eating up too much of the front. But other than that, I do like the fact that the plan doesn't have a lot of these popsicle-shaped dead-end streets, so it's kind of like a C-shaped pattern. I hope to see more of this instead of the last ones I spoke at. It's not perfect, but certainly a step forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, I will pass it back to the commission, starting with myself. And again, just want to say thank you, Ms. Lazovich, for all the work and for the consideration of what we've talked about generally in terms of the communities that your clients are bringing and making sure that it's not just a subdivision with houses in it, but that there is some open space and there is an opportunity to create community within those subdivisions. And I thank you and I thank your client for moving the open space to the larger lot. We talked briefly about this, but I don't know if you have all of the amenities planned out, but it'd be great to see, again, like a sitting area with specific shaded structures over it, some tot lots, and possibly some like an activity center. So I don't know, since we've just switched this up, what all you've got contemplated, but if you wanted to address that or any thoughts.
Yes, we're working on adding more what I'll call active amenities to it. Initially, we had shade trees, benches, sort of that an open, I can show it, I'll find it here it is right here. So this kind of showed like more of an open grass, but it's synthetic turf, just to be clear. More of an open area, but I would say that's more passive. The ask it has come in that we do some things that are a little bit more active. We are working on that, and before City Council, we'll have more of those defined amenities put in there. Interestingly, from our perspective, specifically on the shade structure itself, the reason there was thought put into that, the reason why they did more of shade trees rather than a shade structure is they've actually looked at how the wind rolls kind of off the hill and down this way. And so I'm not sure where we land on the shade structure part of it, but we definitely are going to add more active amenities into the open space area.
Okay. Thank you for the context on the shade trees versus the shade structure. So you know how I feel about urban forestry and lots of canopy. So I know that you'll be speaking with the councilwoman about, how to make this the best open space for the community, including things like the ability to sit and hang out and be in shade during our sunny times. What else was I going to say? Yeah, I appreciate the work. I appreciate all the conversation. Again, I appreciate you putting in the 20-foot driveways and the rolled curbs and trying to make sure that it looks like the type of community that we're trying to envision up Kyle Canyon, because Kyle Canyon is a really special place, and we want to make sure that what we put in there is going to be something that is fitting for Kyle Canyon. And so I really appreciate, as always, all the work and conversation and collaboration on that. So anybody else? Okay, seeing none of my commissioners having any other comments, I will make a motion to approve item 35 and all related items 35A through 35E. And that's subject to all staff conditions.
We agree.
Okay, thank you. And there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Commissioner DeSalvio? Great. Post, and that motion carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Lazovich.
And those items will move on to City Council on February 19th.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have item 39 and related items 39A through 39D. This is 24-0629, applicant Greystone Nevada LLC, owner City of Las Vegas, 180 Land Co. LLC, 4 Stars Ltd., and 70 Acres LLC for possible action on a land use entitlement project requests at the southwest corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard, Ward 2, Seaman. Staff recommends approval on the land use entitlement project. 39A, 24-0629, GPA, GTC, General Tourist Commercial, M, Medium Density Residential, and PR-OS, Parks, Recreation, and Open Space, to PCD, Planned Community Development. Item 39B, 24-0629, ZON1, from PD, Planned Development, R3 Medium Density Residential, and RPD7 Residential Plan Development, 7 units per acre, to PD Planned Development. 39C, 24-0629 SDR1 for proposed planned community development consisting of single-family detached residential units, single-family attached townhome residential units, and multifamily condominium units for a total count of 1,480 units. 39D, 24-0629 TMP1 Badlands for a single-family attached and detached residential subdivision with multifamily residential condominium units for a total count of 1,480 units. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, staff finds the proposed densities associated with the proposed general plan amendment and rezoning to be compatible with the surrounding area, as well as the planned community development design guidelines and tentative map. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of all land use entitlement requests. Please note there are blue-sheeted revised copies of the design guidelines that clarify the parking standards for the condominium and townhome portions of the plan area, a PD district map that specifies which district standards are applicable, and sewer, traffic, and flood engineering report in your backup materials, and additional documentation of protest and support was received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Can you please give us your name and address for the record and tell us about the project?
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Stephanie Allen, or not Allen anymore, Stephanie Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant Lennar Homes. With me is part of the Lennar development team, as well as Westwood Engineering, who's the engineer for the project. So if there's specific technical questions that you may have, we do have our engineers here as well. Before I get started, I want to thank staff very much for all of their hard work and for their recommendation of approval. A lot has gone into this project to get us here, and we very much appreciate all of their time and effort on this. I also want to thank the neighbors. I know there's several of them here. We had a lot of turnout last week at the neighborhood meeting, and we gathered a lot of information, feedback. We're still getting information and feedback from neighbors that we're evaluating. Fortunately, we have time between now and City Council to continue those discussions and dialogue and see if there are things that can be done on this project. So I just wanted to say that first, that I know it's not easy to come down here on a Tuesday night and stick around, so we appreciate them being here. So quickly, just to orient you to this property, this is the former Badlands golf course. It's approximately 250 acres. I believe about 255 is the portion of the property that would be purchased by Lennar. To the west is Wallapai, so this is the street alignment to the west. To the south is Charleston. To the north is Alta, and to the east is Rampart. So you can see across the street is the Suncoast Casino. You've got Tivoli across Rampart, Tivoli and Boca across Rampart. And then obviously this is a bit of an infill property, so everything around us is developed, with Queensridge being a very special and unique community that surrounds the Badlands golf course. So there's a lot of sensitivity that went into this plan that you're going to see tonight. We think it's a really great plan. We're excited to share it with you, and we think that it can be a real problem solver for everyone, as well as a true unique amenity to the community. The applications that are before you, just quickly before I get into the plan, is an amendment to the general plan. So this is what is proposed, is to PCD, the general plan. PCD allows us to come in with basically a mini master plan with our own sets of design guidelines and plans on the property. So this is the proposed land use designation to PCD that is on your agenda. The zone change is to PD, so everything in pink would be changed to PD zoning, planned development. It's similar to the Queensridge Towers. It's also similar to what's across Rampart and Boca and Tivoli. And PD zoning, the beauty of that, again, is it allows for flexibility with the Title 19. We can set our own standards and guidelines, which are part of this application with the site development plan review and with the zone change application. It is important to note briefly what the current zoning on the property is. You can see in yellow, the majority of the property is zoned RPD 7. That's an old zoning designation that allows up to 7 units to the acre. The hard corner is R3 zoning, so that is a multifamily designation that allows a significant number of units on that corner. In fact, our analysis shows under this current zoning, today, you could develop out about 2,500 units over that 250 acres. That is 1,000 more than we're proposing today. So it's important and relevant to mention for the record that that's a lot more density just in today's zoning category without the zone change and the proposal that's before you. For point of reference, the prior development 8 years ago had 3,060 units proposed. So what we're proposing today is half of that. So just to put it in perspective, I think it is important. You're going to hear some comparisons to what was presented 8 years ago. So those are the applications. In addition to the general plan amendment and the zone change, there's a site development plan review and the tentative map that's before you for 1,480 residential homes. Before I get into the plan, I want to talk a little bit about how we got here. And Jim Levitt's here. He'll come up after me on behalf of the current property owner in title to speak to this a little bit more. But I do think for some people that may not have been here 8 years ago and did not live and breathe this, it's important to understand kind of how we got here. In 1981, this property was zoned for residential development, and there's a packet that I submitted to the record that has that letter from the city that says it was zoned residential in 1981, so a long, long time ago. Then it was developed, of course, as a golf course, but there's another letter in 1996 where the city recognized that zoning designation. Also in 2001 where the city recognized that zoning designation. And the last one was in 2014 where the city recognized that the property's been zoned residential for a really long time with no restrictions on that land. There's a number of legal cases that have been brought brought forward over the course of the last few years. The most important to reference is the Nevada Supreme Court case that recently came down, where they said that the property in its entirety was hard zoned and allowed for residential development. So just to put it in context, it's important so that everyone understand where we're at. That's still ongoing, and Jim can speak more to that, but I do think that's important to understand. So let's get into the concept and what this project will do. And again, I think it's a great opportunity. It's a great solution to all of those problems I just referenced. It's a new day and a new opportunity, and Lennar's really excited to be that community partner to come forward with this project. It's not exactly like Queensridge. So we did hear some feedback at the neighborhood meeting that perhaps we could make it look a little bit more like Queensridge. We're looking at that. If there are things we can do to maybe bring some Queensridge elements into it, we will. What we're proposing is similar to some other high-end communities that you see in the valley right now, with the upscale look that's pretty clean and modern looking. This is just a concept, so you can see it, but this is what one of the entries would maybe look like. It will not be named Badlands. There will be a new name for this community if it's approved, and we'll come up with something wonderful, I'm sure, the marketing team. But this is just an idea of what one of the monument signs would look like. This is an idea of what one of the gated areas would look like. So you can see heavily landscaped, similar to Queensridge, really nice high-end upscale, but sort of that clean, modern style to it. This is a concept, again, of how it would interplay with Queensridge. So the plan is that this development will be separate and apart entirely from Queensridge. It'll have its own HOA. It will not share any of the street networks. So it'll live independent and breathe independent from Queensridge, but it is certainly next to each other. So they have to interplay together. So this is a good example of how that would look. So this is Palace Court. You can see on Palace Court, Queensridge has beautiful landscaping in there along their streets. Those are their common elements along their streets. This is an example of how our community would blend with it. You can see some of our lots over here. There would be some type of fence, view fence or wall that would be, around our community at some portion to separate the two, but you're gonna have landscaping on the outside of the wall. It will tie together and they will live together as if you don't know the difference, but they will be two separate communities. So I thought this was important. There was a request that we do some of the same landscaping materials. We're happy to do that. Some of those have changed over time with the water restrictions, but anything that's on that plant list that we're allowed to do, we're happy to incorporate and work with Queensridge on that. This is another example on Regent Park Road, one of the other major thoroughfares within Queensridge. You can see conceptually this is their landscaping, their common element, their areas. Are lots that would be adjacent to it. Similar concept, there will be some designation between the communities, whether it's view fencing or a wall. And when I say a wall, it's a themed wall similar to Queensridge. We have design standards we're proposing, so it'll be a nice looking community master plan theme wall, not just your standard block wall, or some type of view fencing. We haven't decided that obviously, but this would be around it with landscaping on the outside to blend with the Queensridge community. So these are just concepts. Obviously a lot of this is in the details that would be to come if the project's approved, but this is important just to visualize what it will look like. And this is the site plan. So the site plan that's before you, this is the 1,480 for sale homes that Lennar is proposing. It would be an all Lennar community at this point, all for sale. They do not do vertical development, so the prior plan had a ton of vertical high-rise towers here. Lennar Homes is not that type of developer. So the multifamily that you see on the corner here is all for sale condos, maximum height of 3 stories, and townhomes. So along Charleston, you've got townhomes adjacent to Fairway Point here that are also similar product type. Tudor is up here in this corner with similar product type. So this would be the condos and townhome area. Again, maximum height right now is 3 stories in height. Everything from here west is all single-family detached homes. A variety of different homes, different lot sizes, different product types. If we had one product type across the entire development, it wouldn't be very unique or exciting or really much of a community. You see even in Queensridge, a ton of variety in the types of homes. There's some really large, very special lots in there. There's also some more normal size lots within there, and then you've got the condos and the townhomes. So there's already a mix in Queensridge. We're proposing a similar thing. You're gonna have a mix of densities and a mix of homes, but you've got to spread that density over the 250 acres. That's what that PD zoning allows, is a mix of that density. Overall, this is 5.8 units to the acre, so low density, pretty much speaking. 1,480 units is well below what we just talked about is allowed on the property at 2,500, also half what the prior project was proposed at. So the access points, that's important. They're all separate from Queensridge. There's 2 access points proposed off of Wallapai. Right now, they'd be right in, right out access points because there is a median in Wallapai that's owned by Summerlin or Howard Hughes. We've talked to them briefly about, you know, potentially whatever the traffic study shows, if we could work with them. They're happy to work with us if we wanted to do something with those medians, but right now they're shown as right in, right out. There's an access point off of Alta, which will be one of the main access points into the community with a park right there as you come in. So a 2.5 acre park located right at that main entry off of Alta. This is near the towers I just mentioned. Access off of Rampart down here at the corner or near the corner. For sure, there's some traffic improvements that will be required here, probably a right turn lane and a bus turnout, which probably will improve that corner. Obviously, there'll be more traffic with more homes, but sometimes these opportunities actually bring improvements to areas that need it, where you're adding mitigation efforts, you're adding turn lanes that can actually improve the flow sometimes. So this is the overall plan. Again, separate street networks, different variety of lot sizes and homes, all under the design guidelines that I'll show you here in a second. The tentative map is in this binder that I submitted for the record, and obviously is before you for consideration. I wasn't able to present specific pages of this tentative map at the neighborhood meeting, so I wanted to just take an opportunity to show one section at least. This is the corner of Alta and Wallapai. These are quarter-acre lots in this area. This is the gate that we just talked about off of Wallapai. The corner is an important area to look at because there's a huge common element here, a big common element here. It'll be landscaped. It'll look nice. And the reason I bring this up is if you've been to the corner of Wallapai and Alta lately, it doesn't look great. And in fact, it's really unsecure. There's no fence. There's a pond that used to be filled with water. There are trees that are cut down. And so this is the opportunity I'm talking about that will really, really bring some nice finishing touches to the area and blend in with Queensridge and help them. That, you know, unfortunately, those that live there don't have the best scenario with that golf course that's dead and those trees that are cut down and the ponds that are empty right now. It's a security issue, it's a safety issue, and there's all kinds of cleanup that needs to be done, and Lennar's anxious and really excited to be the one to do that. So this is the tentative map. If there's questions on that, I've got that available. There are design guidelines in your backup, lots of pages of it. They are similar to and based off of the Sunstone guidelines. Sunstone is a master plan community in the Northwest. It's a beautiful community, different than this. This will be a more high-end opportunity here than Sunstone. But Sunstone, if you've been out there, if you haven't been out there, you should go. It's beautiful. They've done a phenomenal job. They've got all kinds of trails and open space and recreational opportunities. And their guidelines are heightened. They're more than the city standards. So that's what this is. It's heightened standards. It's not less than Title 19. It's more. And it'll have all kinds of expectations for the master developer. One thing that did come up at the neighborhood meeting, someone asked about limitations on height. These guidelines have that, as well as the CCNRs will likely have that. But I wanted to address that. So for example, in the single family detached homes, the maximum height is 35 feet in that zoning category. Accessory structures are capped at 14 feet. The multifamily does go up, I think it's 45 and all the way up to 60 feet in that multifamily area. We're not proposing that right now. The standards would allow it if something were to change in the market, but I wanted to point this out because that was a question that did come up at the neighborhood meeting. As far as master studies, this property is not the easiest to develop from an engineering standpoint, but Westwood has really looked closely at what was previously studied. So back in 2016, there were studies submitted and some approved. Westwood has submitted stamped letters for the record as part of this application. As it relates to traffic, this is their letter. They analyzed the prior approved traffic study that had a significant number of units, twice as many in fact. And so this stamped letter specifically says, you know, it's way less trips than the prior approved traffic study. Things have changed in the area probably, so there may be some specifics that'll have to change, but this study was approved by the city. They analyzed it, and we've submitted that letter for the record. Similarly, sewer, we looked at the prior approved sewer letter. We, not me, Westwood, looked at the prior approved sewer letter and analyzed that and did a letter as well. Same thing with sewer, it's less than the prior approved, obviously, so you're gonna have less sewage use because you have less units than what was previously approved, so this letter goes into that detail. Finally, there's a flood letter in here comparing the prior proposed flood study. That is the monster. These are flood channels that have gone through this prior golf course. So there's a lot of work, drainage work that needs to be done. Right now, they are proposing everything to be underground box culverts. So that will improve drainage significantly in the area, and problems that have arisen or will continue to arise if they're not fixed. So there's a lot that needs to go into this drainage study, but they have analyzed it and provided a letter on those studies, and Todd is here. Todd Stedham with Westwood if you have questions related to the master studies. These letters are just, again, we have requirements that we do all those studies. Those are conditions of staff's approval. So we'll have to, if this is approved, and that's similar to every other project in the valley, if it's approved, then you go pay for those studies and you do all the analysis and you submit them to the city, and the city ultimately comes back with suggestions, and then it's approved. But there's a lot of analysis, obviously, with the master studies that still has to be done. Schools came up at the neighborhood meeting because obviously our entire school district, unfortunately, is overcrowded. And so that's a relevant point. We promised them we'd look at it. What we found was that Bonner Elementary is about 92%. That Rogage Middle School is 99%, and Paolo is overcrowded. But I did provide a list of a number of schools in the area, and I've got a map to provide for you. This is 40 schools, probably half of which are private schools. And so I do want to just show you on this map in red, all of these are schools in the area. And so, you know, residents that move in here with children obviously we'll look to those public schools that they're zoned for, but there's tremendous opportunity with a ton of private schools in this area as well, which a lot of times folks choose those options. So I just wanted to provide this as to address that concern with the schools. The schools, unfortunately, are completely out of our control, completely out of your control, completely out of the city's control. It's 100% the Clark County School District. I wish I had a better answer to that. I just don't. But that is just for your information, status on the schools in the area. Finally, the product type, which I think is the fun stuff and really what's going to make the community special. This is a mix of some of the single-family detached homes. Again, just some mixes that are in there. These could potentially change with the market. They could, you know, change with what people want and at the time. But these are what we're proposing right now. As far as the smaller lot and the townhomes and the three-story condos, these are conceptually what we're proposing and samples of those. Also, there was a lot of discussion, or a little discussion maybe at the neighborhood meeting, we've had a lot of discussion on some of the shallower lots that are offered in here. And on the site plan, because these are former fairways, they're narrow. So you have instances where you don't have a lot of space to put a street in and homes on either side of the street or even on one side of the street. So we do have some lots in there that are what they call wide and shallow lots. California has used them tremendously. They're a really cool product, and we brought some samples that go for really great price points. In California, far higher than ours, but really great price points. They have a beautiful streetscape. As you can see, they're large homes. They appear large from the streetscape, but they're not as much of a maintenance opportunity. You don't have as big of backyards. So I did want to provide you with some samples of this because we've had some discussions, and they're really great homes, and they would be the first of their kind in this valley because they'd be coming from California. So that is the overview of the project. I do want to quickly go through the list of issues that neighbors brought up at the neighborhood meeting. I have 11 high-level topics that came up, some of which I've already addressed in my presentation, but I promised them I would do this. If I missed something, we're taking notes tonight again. So as I mentioned, we've got from now to City Council to continue to work with neighbors. But one gentleman at the neighborhood meeting brought up, on our land plan under the category of low, we had it as it allows up to 15 units to the acre. That was a carryover from Sunstone. We don't need that. We're happy to change it. I haven't relayed this to staff yet, so I probably should have done that before now, but we're happy to reduce that down to up to 8.49, which is more in line with that blended density within the community. So that's just a mistake, and we'll correct that. Security came up, and understandably, there are sections of their community that are very vulnerable right now. And, you know, with the access at Rampart, you can just kind of walk in, the access at Wallapai and Alta, there's a lot of vulnerability. We'll improve that for sure. So the development of this property will 100% improve security. We have gates at all 4 of those access points. Someone did ask if we could do guard gates. That's more of an HOA decision. If the HOA wants to pay for guard gates and have people, or they want to have roaming security, those are always options. They're more of probably an HOA decision, but we will have, you know, gates in all of those 4 entry places. As far as the product, as I mentioned, some folks would prefer homes that look more like Queensridge, which was developed a while ago. The market today has more of that modern style. That's what Lennar's proposing today, but we're looking at it. If there are some options we can offer that are more consistent with what Queensridge has today, we'll do that. We're looking at that along with a whole bunch of other information that we got. We're considering and looking at what to do between, again, now and City Council. The open space. Someone had asked for an example of open space, and actually I think I passed by that, so let me go back to that. I apologize. We do have a ton of open space. So we have 98 acres of open space on this plan. That's a lot of open space. Yes, some of it is in buffer areas, but buffer areas are important when you're doing an infill development. So this green area is open space. We do not yet have an amenities plan, but there will be trails. This will be like any of the other wonderful Lennar communities they do. There will be pockets of benches and opportunities for pet stations. There is a 2.5 acre park planned right here. This is mostly for the multifamily. That's why it's located here. But they're talking about a potential clubhouse there as well. Don't hold me to it. They don't know yet, but potentially a clubhouse in this area. All kinds of amenities. They do a great job with this. They know that master plan communities need amenities, need trails, need open space. That's what makes them wonderful. Lennar will not let you down on this one. They will do that. I do have some samples I brought of in the multifamily, kind of just some areas that can be activated. So these are between some of the multifamily buildings where they'll have some benches and places for people to gather, like I said, those dog station areas. And then a sample of what their landscaping will look like on the streetscape. Large trees, great trees, similar to Queensridge. if we need to incorporate that same landscape style, as I mentioned, we're happy to work with the HOA on that. So that was one thing that did come up. Schools I've covered, traffic I've covered, I believe I covered flooding. Some neighbors asked for a right of first refusal to buy the lots. I'm sure Lennar would be happy to sell them the lot for the price of a home on that lot if that's something that someone is serious about. We're happy to have those discussions, but they did ask for that at the neighborhood meeting. They asked about the height limitations. They asked about for sale. As I mentioned, Lennar is all for sale product. And then finally, the development timeline, which I wish I had a crystal ball. I don't know the answer to the development timeline. What I can tell you is they want to be out there as soon as they can. There's a extreme housing shortage in our valley. There is a need for homes. There is a demand for homes at all levels, all income price points, which this has a mix of them. So as soon as they can get out there, they will. As soon as the city will give them a permit to clean up the property, they'll get out there and start cleaning up the property. As soon as they can get a permit to grade, they'll get out there and start grading, and then we'll see homes coming. But I can't tell you today what that time frame is. Construction hours were brought up as well. There's laws that prohibit what we can do with construction hours. In the summer months, you have to be able to start early and not go as late. And so we'll abide by all of those requirements, and certainly, hopefully, we'll have a relationship with the HOA and work with them on things like that. So I just wanted to address that. I am happy to answer any questions. Jim Levitt does have a little bit of background again on how we got here. And then again, I'm happy to answer any questions. I know there's a lot of neighbors here to talk as well.
Madam Chair Taylor, members of the commission, my name is Jim Levitt. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Kermadale Water, 704 South 9th Street. We are the attorneys that for the past 8 years have litigated the inverse condemnation claims against the city of Las Vegas and on behalf of the owners of the 250-acre Badlands property. During that litigation, many issues were presented to the district courts. And I'm glad to be able to be here today and have this opportunity to present to you what the outcome was in that litigation as it relates to the pending applications that were submitted by, or have been submitted by Lennar. To just briefly explain, that 8 years of litigation involved hundreds of thousands of pages of documentary evidence, numerous law firms, and expert testimony. And the principal issue that was addressed in that litigation was, what are the legal rights to build on the 250-acre property? 4 Nevada District Court judges and 3 separate opinions by the Nevada Supreme Court arrived at the exact same conclusion. And I prepared a binder, which I will submit in the record, and we have a copy for each one of you commissioners if you'd like it. And in that binder are those Supreme Court decisions and those district court decisions. I'll submit one for the record right now. We have several copies if you'd like it for each of the commissioners. But they all arrived at the same exact conclusion, entirely independent of one another. That conclusion was unequivocal, that the 250-acre property has the legal right to be developed with single-family and multifamily residential development. So that's the law that has been entered by the highest court in the state of Nevada. Also important, though, and perhaps more important to the decision that's before this court today, is that all of the arguments in opposition to development on the 250-acre property, which we heard in the neighborhood meeting last week, and which you may hear today, were fully and entirely vetted during that 8 years of litigation. Every argument that you could possibly think of in opposition to development on the 250-acre property was presented to those 4 district court judges and in those 3 separate Nevada Supreme Court opinions. The argument that there's some type of historical document like the Piccoli Ranch Plan, which prohibits residential development or requires that this property remain open space, was adjudicated. The argument that the city master plan prohibits the development on this property was adjudicated. The argument that there is some type of CCNR which grants to the neighbors or the Queensridge residents the right to stop or impede the development or somehow dictate what may or may not be built on the 250-acre property was presented to the courts. Every single one of those district courts and the Nevada Supreme Court in 3 separate opinions rejected every one of the opposition's arguments and held that whoever the owner of this 250-acre property is has the legal right to develop it with single-family and multifamily residential development. Now, important also to your decision here tonight is that one of those district court judges went through every one of the arguments that were presented in opposition to development, which are the same exact arguments we heard at the neighborhood meeting, and again, that may be presented to you here today. That district court judge entered detailed findings of facts and conclusions of law that those arguments in opposition to development are, quote, frivolous, end quote. The district court judge then ordered monetary sanctions against the party who brought those frivolous arguments to oppose the development of the property. That issue was appealed to the Nevada Supreme Court, and the Nevada Supreme Court affirmed that the arguments in opposition to the development of this property are frivolous and affirmed the monetary sanctions against the party bringing those arguments to oppose the development on the property. So I just want to be very clear here today that that past 8 years of litigation has addressed the legal use of this property and held that the landowner, whoever that owner is, has the legal right to use the property for single-family and multifamily residential uses, and number two, concluded that arguments opposing that development are frivolous, warranting monetary sanctions against the party bringing them. Of course, that was in a legal proceeding. So based upon those past legal decisions, we strongly support Lennar's application. Perhaps for the first time in the past 8 years of litigation, the owners of the 250-acre Badlands property agree with the City of Las Vegas or the staff recommendation made by the City of Las Vegas. And one thing I'll point out, that not only was it very clear during the 8 years of litigation that this 250-acre property has the legal right to be developed with single-family and multifamily residential units, but it was also made clear during that litigation that this property has the ability, or whoever the owner of the property is, has the ability to build 3,300 multifamily residential apartment units on the property. Those were the conclusions of the court. Lennar's application that is presented to you today is extraordinarily conservative. It proposes 1,480 units, which is nearly 2,000 units less than what they had the ability to come in here and ask for. Now, I know under the current zoning that there is the right to ask for 2,500 units, but it became clear during the litigation that there was that ability to ask for 3,300 units. So based upon that, the past litigation, the 8 years that we've been litigating this issue, based upon the court decisions that have been entered, clearly this application, which is submitted by Lennar, which is nearly 3,000 units less than what they had the ability, 2,000 units less than they had the ability to ask for in this matter, should be approved. And members of this commission, having litigated this issue for the past 8 years, I'm very familiar with it. If you have any questions about the property rights or what the outcome was of any of those district court orders or the Nevada Supreme Court order, we'd be willing to address those. I'll just point out that the most recent decision that was entered by the Nevada Supreme Court, which was the most comprehensive decision on the property rights issue that I referred to previously, was entered less than a year ago, on April 18th, 2024. It's a 33-page, unanimous, 7-0 published opinion wherein every single justice that was on that case agreed with the legal right to build on this 250-acre property. And with that, I'll take any questions and again, agree with staff's recommendation that this application by Lennar be approved.
Thank you, Ms. Gronauer. Thank you, council. This matter was noticed as for public hearing. I see that there's a lot of folks in the audience. Thank you all so much for coming and dedicating your time to being here to be engaged potentially on this item. If there are folks that are wishing to speak on this matter, here's what we'll do. Since there's quite a few of you out there, anybody who wants to speak, come down to the mic. Let us know your name, your address, whether you support or oppose. What we're going to do is limit everybody to a minute each. And for the sake of saving time, a minute each, and if you hear something from somebody else that you were going to say, just please reference it, and you can say ditto, or you can confirm it. If you want to yield your time to somebody else, you are welcome to do that so that they can have a couple minutes. If you think that someone's going to bring up your issues and you want to just go ahead and let them have your time, you can do that as well. But just please identify that you are giving up time for the speaker. We have 3 microphones. Please take advantage of lining up so that we can move through speakers as quickly as possible. Again, and thank you for coming down and for being engaged. So with that, we'll take the first speaker, if you want to give your name and go ahead as we've discussed.
My name's Chad Lexus at 9321 Queen Charlotte. I first just want to address that they keep bringing up the number of units that was proposed a few years ago and act like they're doing us a favor because it's so many less. That was towards the Rampart side, which most homeowners in Queensbridge agree with high density. So what they're doing instead is stacking it towards what we do care about, which is our residents in our front of our house and our back of our house, where previously those lots were a lot bigger and the homes were a lot bigger as well. Now they're cookie cutting a lot smaller homes and stacking them in, again, where we care about the most, not on the Rampart side, but what's in front of our home and behind the home. And folks, obviously I'm ignorant as far as this process. I don't do this type of law or anything like this, but I sit here and I see parcels, whether it's a square parcel or a rectangle parcel, and you guys are zoning those different things in accordance with what's being proposed. Here, it's Lennar themselves that are using words just like at the meeting and just like today. They're saying it's a special and unique community. We have to interplay together. Well, you're not, obviously, everything's intertwined. You're not recognizing it's special and unique and interplaying together when you want to put a non-guard gated community intertwined with a guard gated community. And then essentially pass the buck as they were up here saying, oh, it's up to the HOA. Again, I'm ignorant to the fact of how this works, but I've tried to buy homes, and when I go in there, some of these places, you already know it's going to be guard gated. So to try to tell this commission, oh, you know, we hear them, but you know, that's going to be up to the HOA, that shouldn't pass muster with you folks.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And
If you wanna
in
wrap up.
addition, again, what we're concerned about as well is the landscape. I mean, you mentioned landscaping several times, and we've got up here, and they says, well, don't worry. They mentioned a clubhouse for their people and these trails. Don't worry, we'll take care of it. We'll be doing this, we'll be doing that. How is that a solid plan for you to vote on?
Okay, thank you, sir. If you can wrap up, that would be great. Next speaker, and again, folks, please come.
Lastly, again, just if you're really intertwined and taking into the special interest of the community being wrapped and connected together, you would be building, Lennar builds big, nice homes. I used to live in one. But to go down to 2,000 square feet next to a huge home in Queensbridge that's right in front of you is not taking into account the special interests and intertwining the community together.
Thank you very much. And folks, please come down and take advantage of 3 mics so we can have people just ready to go. If you guys want to come and stand at the other mics, that would be fantastic. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you can come down to this mic, sir. If you want to come down to this mic and just keep moving people down, that would be great. This mic over here to the right.
I wanted to.
Oh, you can do that. You want to do the overhead?
that
Yeah,
overhead.
you'll
I
be
mean,
able
what
to
are we
do that.
doing here? This
Anyway,
is-
yeah, it'll be fine. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Christian Spalding, and frankly, the fact that we're being limited to 1 minute is the exact problem with this proceeding. Title 19's stated purpose is to ensure that fair procedures that are efficient and effective in terms of time and expense, and that appropriate process is followed in the review and approval of applications made under this title. By limiting us to 1 minute, you are depriving the citizens of their opportunity to ensure that that happens and violating Title 19 yourself. As I've submitted a 38-page written objection to the commission outlining all of the concerns that I have with this project, most notably the city's conflict of interest as the putative seller and the land use decision maker. They cannot as a matter of law, make an unbiased and fair decision on these issues. Additionally, Lennar is not the proper party to move for a general plan amendment. Under Title 19, the owner of the land is the only party that can sign a general plan amendment application, except for it allows for a contract purchaser to move for an amendment as well. However, there are certain restrictions that must be met, including that the written agreement granting the interest in the land must contain a copy of the general plan amendment application to that agreement. In this case, the settlement term sheet that was approved by the City Council on December 18th does not constitute a written contract. In fact, the terms of that document say so itself, where it says this document shall not, this non-binding term sheet does not constitute and shall not be deemed to constitute a legally binding agreement or obligation between the parties. However, even if this commission were to consider that a written agreement, it was not signed by the City of Las Vegas, at least the version that was submitted to the public and the City Council. As a matter of law, Lennar cannot move for a general plan amendment. Moreover, I have hours of speech prepared. However, I'm trying to whittle it down as much as I can. There is a massive pattern of misrepresentation already present in this application. Most notably, Lennar claims this is going to be a unique and beneficial neighborhood for the community. Now, prior to this proceeding, I myself had discovered that their design standards and guidelines are direct copies of the ones that they submitted for Sunstone. As you can see here, on the left, the Sunstone diagrams, on the right, Badlands. Sunstone, Badlands. They even go so far as to include the same image board, and all of the sections that I was able to manually review were identical, except for they switched the name from Sunstone to Badlands. And while that's not necessarily immoral or a crime, the fact remains that that is demonstrative of the lack of care that they are exhibiting for this. Moreover, this is not a typical application process for this commission. This approval, if it were to happen tonight and be approved by the City Council on February 19th, triggers the payment of $350 or $350 million from Lennar to the City of Las Vegas, which would then be passed on to the current landowner. Now, the problem there is if this plan gets approved and the Lennar is not able to build as they have asked for, down the road they find they can't get the easements to plumb under here, or these access points prove to be a problem, guess who's going to get sued again? The City of Las Vegas. Now, there is a level of care that has to be executed by this, and the members of this commission have a statutorily imposed ethical obligation to make sure, under NRS 281.281A, to ensure that they're acting for the sole benefit of the people of Las Vegas, not for the government, not for the new mayoral administration who's trying to be the savior of the Badlands. There is critical issues that are being overlooked in this, and Lennar has not complied with any portions of Title 19, NRS 278, and their proposal directly contradicts the city's 2050 master plan, including, most notably, that the city has required that land use, which is noted to be the most significant factor in the city's future, must be linked to the schools. Here, this proposal, now, again, their application did not contain the schooling information, but the staff report somehow did, indicates that all 3 public schools in the area would be well over capacity, with Palo Verde High School, being north of 120% capacity.
Mr. Spalding, thank you. You've had quite beyond the time. I'm going to go ahead and let people speak for 2 minutes because people are being pretty efficient. But Mr. Spalding, if you can just wrap up 1 sentence or 2, that would be great.
Yes, there is.
Oh my God, let's see. Yeah, as long as anybody, here, let's make this easy. If you're yielding your time to Mr. Spalding, stand up and go over to that section.
Stand behind him.
And then if you still want to speak, come to this middle section so we can kind of get a sense of the time. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. I just want to make sure that if we've got folks yielding time that we know where they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay. All right. And then who's left that wants to speak? That's not yielded time. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Spalding, let you continue going with your yielded time, and then I'm going to, again, ask the rest of you to please listen to Mr. Spalding's comments, and if any of it is redundant of what you were planning to say, please just say ditto, or feel free to go, hang out on this side of the chambers so that we are being as efficient and respectful of everyone's time as possible. So folks, if you're coming back to the middle, does that mean you're not yielding time? If you're yielding time, please sit over here. So we can just get a sense of who's still speaking and who's not. Or down front. And you guys don't have to stand. Just sit down in this section here on my left as I'm pointing. Just again, so we can get a sense of who's yielding and who's not. Okay. Mr. Spalding, please proceed.
Thank you. Now, the landed issue in this application needs very little introduction, nor does the city's history therewith. And while the Badlands dilemma has been a stain on this city for several years now, that chapter will eventually close. However, what the city does with that land will remain indefinitely. And it's for that very reason that this commission cannot make a rash decision like approving this plan. As I mentioned previously, this application has far bigger implications than any of the applications that came before the commission earlier tonight. The settlement terms sheet that came before the city council on December 18th outlined the city's agreement with I'll call them the EHB companies, and also the back-to-back sale agreement with Lennar. And under that agreement, the city has agreed to settle the dispute for $636 million. Now, the problem here that the city is facing is they have spent 10 years and millions of dollars of taxpayers' money defending a lawsuit that they still have to pay $636 million to the developer to conclude. So what does the city do? Well, they've reached an agreement with Lennar for $350 million to sell them this land. And the purpose of that is to make to offset the city's liability under the Badlands litigation. Now, as I mentioned, there are numerous procedural requirements that have to be met before an application like this can proceed. The biggest factor that this court has to consider, or not this court, I apologize, this commission has to consider is the effect that this will have on the city. And that is, as I stated earlier, that is set out in plain language in Title 19. And the biggest thing that this commission has to consider is whether this application is legal, okay? So the first issue that is factual, there's no legal or question about it, is that this application has come before this commission too early, all right? Under NRS 19, the application must be filed no later than 30 days before that matter comes before the commission for hearing. This application was filed on December 19th, 25 days ago, and as a result, this matter is prematurely on this commission's calendar. Now, I do need to also make this commission aware that the language used in these rules and regulations in the statutes is critical, okay? Now, what we're talking about here are mandatory versus permissive statutes and regulations, and the Nevada Supreme Court has stated in Williams versus State Department of Corrections that a statute should be read to avoid interpretations that renders language meaningless or superfluous. Must and shall are mandatory terms, and the Nevada Supreme Court stated in Northern Nevada Association of Injured Workers versus Nevada State Industrial Insurance Systems, where mandatory language is found, an agency has little to no discretion to interpret that statute. That is critical for this because the language dictating the timing in which the matter may come before this commission is mandatory, okay? And for that reason, this commission has no discretion. The matter cannot be approved tonight as a matter of law. Next, Title 19 requires that before an application is considered by this commission, it must be complete. Lennar's application was not complete. There are several factors that go into this, and despite the fact that it was not complete, the commission staff issued a staff report. Now, NRS 278.02327 mandates any application submitted to a governing body may not be accepted by the governing body or its designee if the application is incomplete. The same sentiment is found in section 19.16010B of the Title 19, which demands that the application be complete at the time of filing. Now, Ms. Gronauer came up here tonight and represented that an amended master plan had been submitted. There had been engineering plans or letters or something like that submitted to the commission. Those documents are not available on the public website. I have not seen them, and even if they were, they're too late at this point. Now, this is what is considered a project of significant impact. And when a developer plans a project of significant impact, they are required to submit at the time of filing a document called a Development Impact Notice and Assessment, which I'll refer to as an impact notice to make it easier. The impact notice must be filed at the time of application and contain information regarding the vehicle trips, student enrollment, sewage generation, water demand, stormwater runoff, distance from public safety facilities, existing and planned capacities of services, and other anticipated effects of the project. Lennar's application does not even begin to mention an impact statement. The only area where this information is found is in staff's report. It's unclear where staff got the information, including the statistics on the school. But even if it were to be true, that leads to further problems because that demonstrates by statistical evidence that this violates the city's general plan, which I'll get into shortly. Now, again, with regard to the impact notice, Lennar, as a developer of a project of significant impact, was required to meet with certain agencies and service providers from whom Lennar would get that information prior to the submission of the impact notice. The record is devoid of any indication that this happened. At the end of the day, the process goes as follows. First, Lennar must meet with agencies from whom the information for the impact statement will be derived. Second, they must meet with the department staff and provide the service providers' responses. Third, they prepare a complete impact statement. And fourth, they file that statement at the time of application. Lennar skipped all 4 steps. Additionally, NRS 278.335, 3355, and 346 require an applicant to forward a tentative map to various agencies, but most notably the Public Utilities Commission, the Clark County School District, and the Water District. And this is where the timing of this hearing comes back in. While there's no indication that Lennar upheld its duty to forward the map with the critical agencies listed therein, even if they had, the Water District has 30 days from the date they received the tentative map to provide written comments to this commission. So that would be next week. So this commission is being asked to approve a plan that's going to trigger a payment of $350 million and impede the lives and have a massive effect on the lives of thousands of residents and overcrowd the schools in this area and the schools and the streets as well, without even having all the information before it. As I mentioned, even narrowing the focus a little bit to Lennar's general plan amendment request, Lennar has failed to meet several procedural requirements. As I mentioned, they're not the proper party to seek an amendment. But second, it also must be noted that Title 19 expressly says the applicant bears the burden of proof to establish that the approval of a general plan amendment is warranted. That means we as citizens and you as the commission cannot connect the dots for them. They have to establish it. Here, they're relying on an unsigned settlement term sheet that expressly states that it's not a contract to establish their contract purchaser interest to apply for a general plan amendment. There's so many holes in this, it wouldn't even hold a drop of water. The conclusion is that Lennar cannot, as a matter of law, proceed with this application, and this commission is under, as I mentioned, a statutory obligation to comply with their ethical obligation to act solely for the people. And taking, what's that sound? Oh, sir. Yeah, sorry.
Just hit his mic.
Taking this one step farther, it is actually impossible for Lennar to establish that they are the proper party for this application. As I mentioned, Lennar's claimed interest in this property is wholly contingent on the approval of this plan, meaning they don't get their interest in the property until this plan is approved. So there's no possible way under the law that they could be a contract purchaser sufficient to move for a general plan amendment.
Chair, I just have a comment on that. I just wanted to be clear for the record that the application was signed by the property owner, the current property owner, not Lennar.
Okay, thank you for
Just
that.
for the commission's information.
Thank you for that clarification, counsel.
Now, even if we're to look at the contents of Lennar's application, the results the same conclusion. It ends in the same conclusion. Even if Lennar is permitted to apply, they didn't meet the requirements of Title 19. Under Title 19, any general plan amendment it says, shall specifically list reasons for the request and state why the proposed amendment works to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare. Lennar doesn't even try. In fact, the justification letter submitted by counsel for Lennar in support consists of 87 words, but says nothing other than they want to approve. They want to amend the general plan category. And while I don't have that document in front of me, I wish I did. The justification letter submitted by Ms. Gronauer is wholly lacking in substance and simply consists of nothing more than conclusions and puffery. So, turning focus a little bit more to the plan itself, as I mentioned, there are critical factors that this commission must consider under the city's general plan. One of the primary concerns the city has in its 2050 plan is education. As I mentioned, this plan to put 1,480 units into a zone that's already overcrowded imposes a significant undue burden on the school district, and Lennar makes no effort to rectify that issue other than suggesting that the new residents can go to private school, which is the first I'm hearing of that. And I'm not aware of any rule or statute that allows a diversion of students to private school in exchange for an approval. Now, there are other areas of deficiency as well. As this commission knows, the city's general plan basically divides the city into certain areas. The area that this land is situated in is part of the Angel Park category. Now, the city's general plan provides statistics and demographics to show a number of factors for Angel Park. And in the general plan, the city has stated that Angel Park is more densely populated than the majority of Las Vegas. Angel Park lacks sufficient public services, including police and fire. The schools in Angel Park are overcrowded and there's not sufficient space for new school construction. Angel Park lacks sufficient parks and open space, holding 156 acres where 322 is needed. And Angel Park has a below average ratio of job opportunities per household. Now, through this proposal, Lennar seeks to only add more residents to this area and not rectify any of the other deficiencies. The problem here is that 322 acres of open space requirement, that number now goes up, but there's even less space. It should also be noted that in the city's general plan, when the city was discussing the lack of open space in this area, this land right here was specifically cited as an opportunity for new open space. Now, there's been, I guess I would say, maybe tangential references to the impact on traffic that this project will have. As this commission is probably undoubtedly aware, this land has been through several rounds of proposed planning, and the EHB companies, when they were planning to do this, submitted detailed and thorough traffic analysis, showing the effect that this would have on traffic. There's nothing like that in this record. As I mentioned, the only statistics on this come from the staff and the staff report, and those statistics themselves are particularly alarming. Those statistics show that Charleston and Rampart, after this development, will be operating at all times at least 73 and 75% capacity, respectively. I don't know if you guys have ever been to this part of town, but to add 11,600 trips per day to this area would be disastrous. And this fact is made even worse by Lennar's proposed access points. Now, Lennar, I'm going to come back to that actually, because Lennar's application also glosses over the environmental impact that this is going to have. There was reference made to the fact that this is a FEMA floodplain. And while Lennar suggests that I can't remember the term she used, but I guess constructed drainage will be an improvement, I've yet to see any documentation on that. Second, there's no reference to any analysis of the wildlife that lives in this area. It's my understanding, I don't have proof of this, but it's my understanding that desert tortoises live in this area, which are a protected species. There's no effort to address that issue at all. Now, turning back to the presentation of this project as a whole, there was a neighborhood meeting last week, January 9th, as required under Title 19. And at that meeting, there were numerous representations made that a simple review of this plan easily proves to be false. I personally raised a concern over Lennar's representation of the open space that comes with this plan. Now, this plan has been touted to have 98.8 acres of open space, suggesting to neighboring residents that this is going to be a low-density low-density development with lots of open space for activities. But this is simply not the case. Lennar's calculation of 98.8 acres of open space is almost entirely based on buffer landscape and drainage areas. Now, I have here on the screen tentative map 28, and Ms. Gronauer actually showed this same portion of the property because these are Lennar's biggest lots, and this is the only area where Lennar's proposed development is only bordered on like part of their proposed development. So it looks good for them. But the problem here is that this area here, and this area here, and this area here, and this area here, that is making up the majority of their open space calculation. And what that area is, that is rugged terrain that slopes down to the flat land of the golf course. Now, the problem here is that the calculation of open space cannot include this, these sorts of areas. Now, Title 19 defines open space as, if you'll give me 1 second, I apologize. It defines open space as any parcel or area of land or water that one has been or is to be formally set aside, dedicated, designated, or reserved for public use or enjoyment or for the private use and enjoyment of owners and occupants of land adjoining or neighboring such area, and two, is either unimproved or includes only improvements that pertain to or are incidental to the intended use and enjoyment of the area. Such improvements may include structures, amenities, landscaping, paving, or other surface treatments, and provide for or facilitate recreation and enjoyment, or that provide for support and maintenance of the area for its intended purpose. I would love to hear Lennar's explanation of how rocks in between two houses is intended for the public use, because it can't be. Now, this is not the first time that Lennar has tried this trick. Lennar, in 2023, sought to develop a portion of land up on Isaac Newton Way, and that was case 23-0399 before this commission. And in that application, Lennar did the same thing. They included buffer landscape in their open space calculations. The commission denied their request, citing to that miscalculation and noting that by removing open space, where additional open space was needed under the general plan, Lennar was not in compliance with the city's general plan. The same thing applies here. Lennar is removing 250 acres of open space and replacing it with a single 2.5 acre park. The type of misrepresentation that I just referenced is apparent in other aspects of this as well. During the neighborhood meeting and in the justification letter for this application, there were references that the property would have 4 access points, including one on Charleston. However, that's not the case. The map for the property shows 2 on Hualapai right here, 1 on Alta, and 1 on Rampart right here. As Ms. Gronauer mentioned, these 2 are dedicated to right in, right out only, and common sense tells you that these are the 2 that the lion's share of this community is going to use. So unless this entire community is going to North Summerlin, to get to Charleston, every single resident will have to go out and make a U-turn on Hualapai. That is an undue imposition of road hazards. There's probably no way to determine the statistic for how many U-turns that would result in, but there needs to be further consideration of that. Additionally, the curious part is that the northern access point on Hualapai, due to the construction of Queensridge, will serve only 65 units, 65 lots, these 65 right here. The rest of the development will be served by an access point here and then 2 down here. So what that means is that if we're talking about, say, these 4 isolated homes here tucked into a small pocket in between existing Queensridge homes and the Charleston fence, if they need to get out, they have to go all the way down a confusing labyrinth of streets and try to find their way out a minimal exit. Same thing for these homes up here and here. And rough calculations show that from this point to this point would be approximately a mile. And I think that this commission needs to consider the severity of what this plan proposes. Now, with recent incidents concerning the California wildfires, if there were to be an emergency requiring evacuation in this development, it would be a disaster. There would be no way for people to get out. And that is because this land, by its very nature, is not appropriate for a development like this. Now, I understand what the Supreme Court said, and I understand that it has been zoned for that. And there are ways that this can be done that do not impose this risk. What this map represents is not a unique and beneficial development. It is Lennar's attempt to stuff as many homes as they can into this land. Now, as the gentleman before me mentioned, Lennar has made several references to the prior plan as a means of justifying their plan here. Now, Ms. Gronauer mentioned that the previous plan was for 3,600 units. Every document I've ever seen was 2,600. And the critical note here is that 2,525 of those units were right here. This was 75 units. It is distinctly different. If you're to compare the maps between Lennar's proposal and the previous proposal, the difference is frightening. This right here is Kingsgate Court, part of Queensridge. Under Lennar's proposal, these lots right here ranged in size from 60,000 to 94,000 square feet. Comparatively, this same area right here, these lots range from 3,600 square feet to 5,800 square feet. So Lennar's representation that this is somehow a less dense or more beneficial development for this area is a complete farce. And the density for the land that intertwines with Queensridge under the previous proposal was 0.41 dwelling units per acre. Here, they're spreading their development over the entire thing at a rate of 5.84 units per acre. So contrary to what Lennar would like this commission to believe, this is not a more beneficial development. It is a far more dense population. The only difference is that their development does not go up, it spreads out wide. As I mentioned earlier, I think that this plan was slapped together in a rushed manner, and that couldn't be more evident than the fact that they copy and pasted the Sunstone development, and that should be concerning for this commission. This is not a decision that this commission can take lightly. This piece of land has tortured this city for more than 10 years, and to allow an improper development on this land would be a travesty. Now, I just also want to bring up a couple points in response to Lennar's presentation tonight. You know, the presentation of the commission referenced an interplay with Queensridge. This is not an interplay. It's more like an infestation. And I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. I mean that in the sense that it is crawling through every aspect of open space in here.
Mr. Spalding, I appreciate that you're talking about what Lennar has presented tonight, but I do just want to say, please try to not be repetitive, and you have talked a lot already about that interplay concept, so just think about what you're going to say and make sure it's not repetitive of all the argument that you've already provided to us.
Sure. Sure.
I'd be happy to supplement on what you've stated so far if you want to take a quick breather.
I'm okay. I'll wrap up in just a second. I have additional concerns too, you know, based on the seeming lack of preparedness in Lennar's application and the fact that it's just a generic application under their normal machine. There were references tonight to comments like they are not proposing that right now. Things like that were mentioned at the neighborhood meeting last week as well. Again, this is not the type of proposal that can be a loosey-goosey plan. This needs to be a concrete plan with specific parameters that comply with Title 19 and the city's general plan. Lennar cannot come before the commission with a fluid plan of what they think they might do here. And I think that tells a lot about what is actually going to happen if this plan is approved. And with that, you know, I caution this commission, and I suggest that this commission deny this application because there's far too much at risk, and this is on a fast-track approval process, and it's going to end up in a decision that haunts this city for the next 50 years.
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. Sir?
Name is Matt Rosenberg, 304 Bayswater Court. And I'd like to point out that I think one aspect that everyone is overlooking here is that the proposed zone change is to a planned development district, in which case the design guidelines in the site development plan that's being proposed govern everything that's being built. And as the applicant's representative has stated, they've simply copied the design guidelines from the Sunstone community, have given zero thought into what they're going to build. This is exactly how the city has gotten into the predicament that they're in, and I hate to have it happen again. Under current law, Mr. Walters can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Supreme Court said that the zoning district takes precedence over the general plan as far as density. And so based off of that, the proposed master plan land use will actually allow for over 4,000 units to be built on this property, rather than what's being represented as 1,400 units. And what is very concerning to me as a citizen, as a resident of the city, is that the staff report is overlooking that and representing that the density is capped by the land use general plan being proposed at 8 units per acre, which I don't believe is the case.
Thank you very much.
In addition,
Sorry.
outside of the density, I'd just like to point out that there's a lot of detail lacking in the current site plan and tentative map being proposed. And at the very least, I'd like the Planning Commission to at least consider obeying the item to allow the applicant more time to work with the neighbors to find a solution that works for everyone.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And ma'am, please go ahead and let us know your name, your address.
He was waiting.
Sir, if you want to go,
Yes.
name, address, and whether you support or oppose, and please, again, think about the different arguments you've heard, and if it's ditto, just please say ditto.
Yes, my name is John Fleming, 8452 Bossick Drive, in the neighborhood there. Have any of you commissioners ever been raped? Have you ever been raped? Because the fucking city is being raped. $680 million, and they get $250 million. They already got $60-something million. They're being hoodwinked over a zoning problem. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. You know? Now Johann's gonna come up with what? $250 million at least, and then they're gonna give up the other $300 million. You know what I'm saying? That'll make the thing to a park, give them $250 million and tell them to go. You already got 60-something million. Give them 100, get 250, let them go, and the city should make that land to a park. It's ridiculous. They can mess with people's homes up in Queensridge.
Hi, my name's Julie Slack, and I live at 1025 Collingtree. This is the view from the back of my house, and I was told that the property like sloped down and that whatever was put on there would be below me. But actually, when I took this picture, this is like eye level for me, and the land is actually higher. So I just wanted to point that out, that anything that is built there is going to be like really high from my backyard. This is where, this is where our house is, 1025. And then this strip, you can see how small this area of land is. And I understand that they're trying to put as much property, as many houses in as possible so that they can make money. But this tiny little strip is right in front of my house. And then there's all these, I guess, townhouses. I hope they're single story if they're put there. And then there's a larger strip of buffer next to that. So I've never been a selfish person, but I'm hoping that you consider that I don't want to like walk out of my backyard and have a 40-foot house right next to it. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, sir, you can come down to one of the other microphones. You don't need to stand up there. You can go over there so we can just keep moving through people.
Cyrus Ojadi, 89103. Look, I've been confused. Now I'm really starting to see what's going on. This thing's been going on for like 15 years, and I think it's getting kind of annoying, to be honest with you. You know, we had a recall election several years ago about this situation, and the points are very valid. We do have a housing shortage. We need to expand housing supply, but I think that the solution to this is more of a compromise. I think the areas that are located next to these larger square footage housing, the housing should be pretty comparable. And then I think there should be a slow transition zone where the sizes become smaller, and then you'll have multifamily homes right next to Tivoli Village. I think that is probably the more appropriate way to handle this. So correct me if you disagree with me, that's fine, but I think that really, I think we should just get over it, and I don't think all these lands should just let out there and stay gray or beige until the next 20, 30 years. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Pujan Sadri. I live on Verlaine Court, and your gut instinct, since Rampart is a major arterial road, I'm fine with the higher density product since, like I said, it's a major arterial road, but I don't like the transition from when you go from Wallapai, it's gonna be quarter-acre lots. Then once you're in the center of the entire Badlands golf course, it goes from like 3,000 to 3,300 square foot lots, becomes more congested. I would prefer to be more transitioned from Wallapai all the way until like pretty much the end of over here, where it's one product line, like a single-story, quarter-acre lot product, which Lennar actually makes, such as the arches in Summerlin, 89138. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Chula, 9324 Provence Garden. I oppose almost for the same reason. Some of the smaller lots they're putting in the center of the development. In my backyard, it seems like they have like a 20-foot green belt, and then they have the smallest lots are right there, when these smaller lots should be further down, closer to the multifamily lots. And additionally, the green belt is small, and there's no indication what type of landscaping they're doing there. I would suggest, or maybe they'd be open to some screening landscape that'll actually not allow these homes to look down into, you know, our homes around our lot. Since this is a development that was unique, there was a golf course there. Many of the homes are built with like all glass on the outside, and there should be some consideration to the existing development being on a golf course, that if they just slam so many small lots up against that without any sort of screening landscaping, it's not harmonious with the development. So I know at the neighborhood meeting they said some of these suggestions they were going to take and then come back, but then it doesn't seem like there's anything specific. So I would also maybe suggest some sort of abeyance where some of these items can be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? If you are going to speak, please come down and stand at the mics so we can get a sense of how many people are left, and we can just get you lined up so you can make your public comments. Thank you very much. Sir, in the middle.
My name is Michael Verney. I live on 313 Winfield Court. So one issue that was not really adequately addressed is the golf course provides a flooding channel. In order to stop almost 1,500 properties on the golf course, the flooding channels will be diverted. Since inception of Queensridge, we enjoy lack of catastrophic flooding in our neighborhood. I don't know what's going to happen after those flooding channels are diverted. Another thing I wanted to mention, if you look at the plan, it looks like tentacles of cancer in a nice neighborhood of inexpensive homes in the middle of multi-million-dollar homes. And in my opinion, your job as elected officials to help build neighborhood that you yourself would want to live in, that your children could go into not overcrowded school with plenty of water and not traffic congestion. So I want you to think about it and not lose the forest for the trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hi there. I'm Kim Clark. We live at 301 Roundstone. We just moved into the state and into this area in June, so we haven't been here very long. When we came, we did our research. We knew this was zoned for housing. We knew what was going on in the Badlands. And like a lot of people, we kind of hoped it would come to a resolution sooner rather than later. I walk the neighborhood a lot. You know, I'm looking at dead golf course. But, you know, my concerns are the traffic that's going to go in there. You know, we were talking about the homes, and if you look at the U.S. statistics, there's an average of 2.5 people per home. And with 1,480 homes, you are talking about, I have it written down. I mean, that's a lot of people putting in there. If you look at our reports that we get from our security, in the North Gate alone and the South Gate, in the month of November, there were over 70,000 entries into Queensridge. And this development is going to be twice as many homes as we have. So it's not unreasonable to think that there'll be about 150,000 more entries into that area in a monthly period. So I think we really need to have street, we need to look at the road, we need to look at the traffic studies. Thank you. We need to look at traffic studies. The schools, too. The elementary school is fine, but if you look at the middle school, right now, they're 28 students to one teacher. The average is 15 to 1 in the US. The high school is also 28 to 1. That is so overcrowded. And as much as I appreciate the private school suggestion, my daughter goes to a private school. They had 900 applicants, and they took 400 students. So I'm not sure how much of a feasible alternative that is to a public school. So I just would ask you to consider before you go forward to really look at the studies and examine that area and the safety and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir.
Hi, yeah, my name is Chong Ding from Orient Express. So I had the same kind of point I wanted to highlight about school. So borrow the word from the Lynette person talking about there are tons of private school using the word tons, which I disagree because we came to Las Vegas about 3 years ago. It was very hard to get into Meadows. My son in year 2, and their class has 20 people with one teacher, and the whole school is full. And to pick up the kids, it's a long line, so all the schools are at capacity. The second thing I think a lot of people haven't mentioned is about medical. So last year I felt a little bit sick and I tried to get a CT scan. So I went to the medical center just across the Alta Drive. The waiting time was 3 weeks just to get a CT scan. So imagine if you adding all those residents, how that's gonna help with that situation. I guess at the end of the day, it's not really just, as a resident, of course, we hope for bigger lands and all that, but, by law, you can build, but following the law doesn't mean you're doing the right thing, right? So I hope you guys take that into consideration. Last point, earlier I was hearing about the other approvals. You guys were very detailed with how they plant the trees. The house need to be higher density, lower density. So this plan, what they're presenting here, has nothing of that level of detail, right? There's nothing talking about what kind of wall. There's no picture, no rendering. There's no talk about what kind of plants, what's going to be on the, those empty lands. So, if it gets approved today, I'll be very surprised why, Mr. Joe for 20 years owning a land not getting approved, but this one just a quick copy and paste will get approved. That will be very surprising. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wishes to provide comment on this matter that has not yielded their time? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to invite the applicant back up to provide some responses.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the comments. I was taking notes. I guess just to start, our neighborhood meeting was Thursday night, so we've only had a couple days to process the information that we have gotten, but we are processing it, we are looking at it. So the themes I heard from several of these neighbors were lot sizes, product type, those types of things we're looking at. The plan that's before you tonight, we'd ask you to vote on tonight, but that does not mean that we are not considering all of the feedback we've heard. So I just want to kind of lump those together because I heard it several times. As far as the procedure goes and the process goes, I appreciate the attempted legal arguments. This particular application was deemed complete by the city. The property owner for the property signed the application, as your counsel mentioned. It meets all of the requirements of a planned development, which is the zoning application, different than a normal Title 19 application. 19.10.040 has a list of very specific information that requires conceptual analysis of studies, but those are always conditioned on technical studies. So The application was complete. The application's been evaluated by your staff. They did a phenomenal job at that. I'm not going to get into all of those procedural arguments. I think that we have met those, and we agree with the city on that. As far as schools go, I wish we could solve the school problem. I have children. I wish we could solve the school problem. Lennar cannot solve the school problem. I don't know what else to say on that comment other than it's a school district issue. It's a huge problem for our entire valley, and I don't disagree with them. I actually agree with everything they said as it relates to schools. Environmental, there are requirements that we must meet specific to tortoise. There's fees we pay, and they do tortoise mitigation, and we'll obviously comply with all of those requirements. Someone mentioned the Isaac Newton project. I'm going to bring it up because I represented it and I'm proud of it. Lennar is developing that project. It's next to Challenger School, and have contributed significantly to Policeman's Park, which is right next door, significantly to improvements of that park into the open space. So I just want to mention that because I think Lennar deserves to get the credit that they have put in as a community partner on that particular project and on every project they do. The access points, someone mentioned access on Charleston. We are not showing an access point on Charleston. There's 4 gated access points. 2 of them on Wallapai, 1 on Rampart, 1 on Alta. Alta is contemplated to be the main entryway right now. So he mentioned that the northern Wallapai access point will be limited to this area. He's correct. There will be a second access point on Wallapai for this portion of the community, and multiple access points within the community here, and then the Rampart access point, all gated. Nothing currently proposed on Charleston. As far as the proposed density, there's a tentative map that is tied to this application. So we can't develop anything other than the tentative map if it's approved. If we wanted to go above, someone mentioned 4,000 units, we'd have to come back to you all. You'd see that application. So the only thing that's before you today is 1,480 units. That's the application that's before you. The woman that had questions that lives in Fairway Points, located right here, I'm happy to get with her. She just gave me her address. I don't know the specifics next to her house or the elevation versus her elevation. There are 2-story townhomes next to her, so I can guarantee her she will not have a 40-foot building next to her. They're 2-story townhomes, so it'll be much lower than that. I don't know the elevation, but I'm happy to work with her. I think that was Miss Slack on that. And that was the trouble with the neighborhood meeting. We can't do specifics on every single lot unless we talk to you. We're happy to talk to you. Some neighbors emailed me. I got back to them and told them exactly the elevation difference between their houses. I'm happy to have those conversations individually. I will offer that up today, and we can continue that dialogue, of course. Those that did reach out, we did work with them on it. The flood control channel. The flood control channel, the plan is to underground all of the floodwater in box culverts. So that will improve the flooding. The technical study to get there is required as part of this application, but that will definitely improve the current flood situation. Traffic, again, we'll have to do a traffic study. We did an analysis of the prior approved study, and that's in the backup. But as far as traffic is concerned, yes, there will be more traffic because there are more homes. Any development in the valley adds more traffic, but the beauty of development is with that comes improvement. So whatever the improvements are that are required of Lennar as it relates to traffic, we will do, and hopefully that will improve the traffic situation to some degree. I'm not sure on the medical, there was a medical comment, that's another problem our valley has. And again, Lennar can't solve all of these problems. I don't disagree with them. I think we have some pretty significant school and medical problems, but that's not a normal problem for Lennar to solve. What I can say about Lennar is they develop beautiful homes, and they are tremendous community partners, and they have a proven track record. And this is what they do every single day, and it's their business. And I promise you, you will not be disappointed in this application. Yes, there is detail still to come. An entitlement package is not ever a full construction package. You don't have to present and ask for approval with every single detail of every single plan to get an entitlement package. All this does is allow us to go do those things, to spend the money on the studies, to know that we can build, and to go study all these things and really come up with a refined plan. So that's what we're asking today for your approval. We appreciate staff's recommendation. You have a complete package before you. This is going to be a tremendous benefit to the city, not only because it solves the problems with the litigation, because Lennar is not a cause or any party to that, but they are a community partner coming in that will solve that problem and also provide a tremendous, wonderful, great-looking, high-end, upscale, gated community, harmonious and compatible with Queensridge, not exactly Queensridge, but a development that will probably have homes that will exceed and be comparable to those that are within Queensridge today. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions. I think that addressed most of the comments, but we would very much appreciate your approval this evening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gronauer, for that and for some of those responses. You did answer a question that I had. I will turn it back over to Commissioner Walsh in a moment, but I just wanted to ask the city and who's here for traffic a quick question regarding the comment about all of the right turns onto Wallapai necessitating U-turns. And so I don't know if there's someone that can talk about that a little bit and how there may be some mitigation if that does turn out to be an issue once the traffic study's finalized.
Sure, Madam Chairwoman, Lucian Pipe for the record. Yes, part of that required traffic study is to look at potential U-turns and mitigation for U-turning, right turns. It's at all intersections. I think there's 6 or 7 intersections that they're studying with their technical study.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I had one other question about the flooding, and you answered that, Ms. Gronauer, so thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to the commission, starting with Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any of my fellow commissioners that have any comments on all the testimony and items we've heard today?
Sure, Chairwoman, through you. You know, I was here 10 years ago, when we originally heard this case. And I remember seeing, you know, the very first project that was brought to us and looking at it based on, you know, what was presented before us. And what was presented before us was a RPD 7. It's not my job to vet the lawsuits. It's not my job to vet whether or not these applications are legal. It's our planning staff that will bring in the applications. It's our city attorneys that will vet whether this is legal or not. You know, when I looked at this case previously, I won't even go into previously. There were, you know, less houses in one portion and higher density over by the one Queensridge. I was, you know, for that at that point. I'm still for it at this point because we could put a lot more houses on this particular property than what the developer's bringing forward. And seeing that the developer didn't max this out at 2,500 or 3,500 or whatever that number is, you know, shows me that they're not out just trying to maximize profits on this particular property, and they're trying to bring together something that will fit within the overall existing community. They are intertwined. It's one of the most unique properties I've seen here in this valley. But I do understand a lot of people's concerns about the grading and the drainage and the easements and the access points and the traffic and all of these things. But as we develop properties in this town, and I've been on this plan commission for 13 years. This isn't the first contentious project that we've had. We've had quite a few of them. And it's always brought to our attention that why aren't we doing a traffic study? Why aren't we doing a drainage study? Why aren't we doing all of these things at this point? And the reason is It could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars on a small project, could cost millions of dollars on a larger project. And developers aren't going to invest that kind of money if they're going to come up here and just get a denial. So we condition these projects to have all of these studies, and we have Lucian, we have Public Works, we have all of these guys that'll vet this. I've had projects that I brought forward, and I tell you what, they tore up my traffic studies and my drainage studies, and it frustrated me to no end. But until I got it right, these guys wouldn't let me develop on my property. So yes, there are some concerns, especially when you get into a project like this where they're so intertwined, but I do have a lot of confidence in our staff, seeing how I've developed in this town for 20 years and how rigorously they go through every bit of this. So, you know, my position stands. We're still building within what the RPD 7 says. We're building within what the zoning says. And we're still keeping the higher density. We can talk about moving this 100 feet, 100 yards, one way or another, east, west, north, south, wherever. We're still going to have the same units. I do appreciate the people that don't want it directly behind their backyard, but then all we're doing is pushing it to somebody else's backyard. This is a plan they come up with. Should we push the park over 200 yards? Should we do this? I would say give all your comments to Stephanie Allen. I'm sorry, Stephanie Groenhauer, and the development team, and try working on it between here and City Council if there's something that is important. But a lot of these comments are things that we as a planning commission can't even comment on. It's not our duty to evaluate whether these things are legal or what the court said. I'm not going to spend 3 weeks of my time reading 15 different lawsuits because I'm not an attorney and I wouldn't get it anyways. So for those reasons, I feel that there are rights on this property, and we're not pushing this all the way to the very extreme edge of what could be developed. And when I developed my RPD 19 in downtown, you know, we developed all the way up to the maximum that the code allowed. So anyways, I'm going to support this item just like I supported it 8 years ago, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Through you, Madam Chair. Like Commissioner, exact sentiments, I mean, he pretty much stole the show right there. We're probably the two commissioners up here that's been dealing with this for 8 years. I cut my teeth on this project 8 years ago, and here I am back, and it happens to be on the agenda again. It's like Groundhog's Day. But with that said, infill is one of the most difficult things as a planning commissioner that we can do, because you're surrounded by people that not everybody's going to be on the same page, not everybody's going to be satisfied. Out in Ward 6 where I live, there's open areas, you could do new development, people get used to things, but infill projects are probably the most difficult thing you could possibly do, because you're never going to satisfy everybody. But I can tell you this, from what was originally proposed 8 years ago, is way more intense than now. And there was probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, Stephanie, there was probably at least three different bites at the apple to try to accommodate every single person, to the point where it got so costly and redrawing and redrawing and redrawing that we wound up where we are today. And I think that the plan that's been proposed and put forward is harmonious compatible for an infill project. And again, not everybody's gonna be happy. And I was at that neighborhood meeting, and I sat there the whole time and listened. And there was probably about 200 people in that room. And there was probably about maybe 7 to 10 people that actually made comments. Some were valid, some were out of line. If you were there, you know what I'm talking about. But at the end of the day, this is harmonious and compatible, because she could have up to 2,500 units. 3,060 was proposed originally, and we're only at 1,480. Now back, the statements that was made by Ms. Grona, I gotta get used to that too. Piccoli West, in 1990, Piccoli West 2, these entitlements for RPT 7 go back to 1981. The statements that she made and the letters that I have too, because I literally read 837 pages over the last day and a half, going back to get the rich history even before the problems we had some 8 years ago. I wanted to be really vetted on what can happen here, and if it is harmonious compatible. And I feel personally, after the hard work that's went into it, and having the history, I don't know how many of you guys been around, might be longer than that or less, but this is something we have not taken lightly, trust me. Every one of these commissioners up here have done their homework since hearing about Badlands, and I have that kind of situation out where I'm at in Silverstone out in Ward 6 that we're still trying to fix. So trust me when I tell you this is a good start, and like Commissioner Slotman said, this is just a stepping stone to see if the developer is going to invest that kind of money into all these studies. Nobody here would invest in anything if they didn't have some general idea if it was going to go the way they wanted it to go, or you wouldn't make that investment, whether it was by the advice of somebody or your own research. Let's give them the opportunity to do that too, and like it was stated earlier, you have the ability between now and City Council to get what you need to get over to Stephanie to see if there's things that could be massaged a little bit better to make it more harmonious compatible to you. And I'm sure along the way, this is not going to be just the only bite at the apple that City Council is going to have to deal with, gets developed here. So, and that's why I support the application.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rowan, do you have
I'll just be as brief as I possibly can because I agree with the prior commissioner's comments. I think a lot of times there's some confusion about what it is that the Planning Commission does when we receive applications like this. We're not a court of law, and though I appreciate Mr. Spalding and the representative of the plaintiff in the litigation coming forth and talking to us about the litigation, that's really of no concern to me. Whether the city is entering into an agreement is of no concern to us. The only thing that's in front of us today is the application for a general plan amendment, a rezoning, a site development plan review, and a tentative map. And as planning commissioners, what we do is we look at our code and we look at the requirements of the code and ask, does this application meet the criteria that it's set forth in code? And if you look at the staff report that's prepared, it lays it out there starting on page 5. These are the criteria, here's why it meets the criteria, or here's why it doesn't meet the criteria. Our job is to review that, look at it, and see whether we agree with staff or don't agree with staff based upon your comments and based upon the applicant's comments. That's it. Whether a project has a gate or whether it is guard gated, that is not what we do. We do look at things like traffic and the impact that a development would have on traffic as part of this review. So those kinds of comments are appreciated. But a lot of these things, the procedural arguments that were made, those are things that we don't take into consideration. We can't take that into consideration because our review is limited to those things that are allowed under code. And I think looking at staff's report, the primary determining factor when you have a general plan amendment and a rezone is looking at what is around this area. And the density that is proposed here is a density of a maximum of 8 units per acre. All around that area is a maximum of 7 units per acre. And what's been proposed actually is less than that. It's less than, I think, 6 units per acre. So when we're looking at the density that's proposed and the density that's surrounding, that exists now, even in Queens Ridge, it meets the criteria that's set forth in our code. And there's no reason why we can deviate and say that it doesn't. And I invite you to take a look at that staff report, see what I'm talking about, look starting on page 5 at the criteria that we're required to look at, and come to your own determination. And I appreciate that some of you think that the architectural features need to be different. That's something that you can continue to discuss. But those architectural features and things of that nature, those really are of minor concern to us. We're really only looking and saying and making sure that those architectural features are not objectionable, they're not crazy, they're not out of line. because our review is very, very limited to those factors that are laid forth in our code. So I appreciate that folks come out here and they think that we have all this authority to mandate a certain outcome or tell the developer to do something different. We really don't. And I appreciate every single one of you for coming out here and expressing those concerns. And I wanted just to take the time to explain why. It's not that we're saying that we don't appreciate those concerns and we don't think that they're valid. It's just that those are not concerns that are applicable to what our review is as a planning commissioner. So long story short, I agree with staff. I've looked at it thoroughly, and I think that the general plan amendment, I think the rezoning, I think the site development plan review, and I think the tentative map all conform with the requirements and criteria of code, and I'm going to support it tonight as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walsh?
Yes, I guess we're all set here. And you've collected a lot of information today, went through our normal process of how we treat applications for it. So what happened with this one, being a lot louder and people to function and give their input, which you did tonight. So from there, I want to introduce a motion through the chair that the item number 24-0629-GPA1, which is the general plan amendment, 24-0629-ZON-1, rezoning of the planned development, 24-0629-SDR number 1, which is the site development plan, and then 24-0629-TMP1, which is the tentative map. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. So there is a motion on the floor. That's a motion for approval.
For approval, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. So there's a motion on the floor for approval on items 39A through D. Please cast your votes. And if you can post. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Appreciate your time and your engagement. And again, just echoing what...
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, before everybody leaves on that, we'll move on to City Council on February 19th.
Yeah, and just wanted to say to the comments from Commissioner Schlottman and Commissioner Rogan, please take the opportunity between now and City Council to continue to work with the applicant. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and have a great night.
Right. And item 41, citizens' participation. Citizens' public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record, and we will give 2 minutes.
Probably going to need a little more time, 20 seconds, okay. Good evening, everyone. Cyrus Hojadi. Let me introduce my organization. I am the local chapter leader of Strong Towns. We are pushing for traditional planning as opposed to the modern system that we have now. It's car-dependent sprawl. Everything else, we have organizations all over the continent. As you know, our main problem right now in the planning that's been going on for decades, we have tiny lot single-family homes. We're among the densest urban areas in the country, but yet we're among the most car-dependent areas in the United States. One of the aspects that we're trying to fight is what we call stroads, also known as arterials, collector roads. Typically, they go 35 to 55 miles an hour. There are about 4 to 8 lanes. They're unattractive for pedestrians. They divide neighborhoods. Commercial areas usually have parking lots in front of them. Residential areas face the other direction. In addition, the fact that you can have long traffic light intersections, 2 left turn lanes. We oppose these types of routes of being constructed. Either streets should be slow moving or fast moving. And because I spoke about outward development, I'm opposed to the way that many of the routes, such as Schumber Road, Kyle Canyon, and Sky Canyon Park, those routes are being designed. We hope that these routes are going to stop being extended. We also want permitting to ease, because this will make housing costs more affordable. We want to make it easier for people to build duplexes, ADUs, and more importantly, we want to eliminate parking mandates. I just read an article from the RTC that one of the associates wants to do that. We would like to support a grid street or near grid interconnected system with roundabouts, attractive to pedestrians, bicyclists, which later on can be transit oriented. Not to mention, we'd like pre-approved plans, as has been done in other cities, of detached, attached, and mixed use structures, creating a more traditional layout. Other than that, thank you so much.
Oops, thank you very much. Anybody else for citizens' participation?
Madam Chair, Seth Foley for the record. I just wanted to say you did an excellent job at your first meeting. We tried to give you an easy one for your first one. We didn't, but you did a very nice job, so congratulations on your first meeting.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate that very much. Yeah, piece of cake after this one. So seeing nobody else, then this meeting is adjourned.